Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. And it's a pleasure to be here again. So when I was putting together the slides for this week, I originally thought like, oh, okay, this is going to be easy. I've got the material down pat, and I think we're actually going to end a little early. And then Priscilla was like, oh, what about the research aspect of it, which is not a segment that I've covered before. So then yesterday I took a deep dive into that and added more to my presentation. And so I do not think we're going to end early today because we have a lot of material to cover. So unless anybody has any questions or anything, I think we're going to jump right into it. So I'm going to share my screen. Let me go back to doing that. Although I did put both mascara and lip gloss on today. And here we go. That should. All right, you should all be able to see the slide presentation. You should all see my screen. So yes, this is week 2 of 4. This week is going to focus on marketing, as Priscilla said. So, next slide. Why is it not letting me advance to the next slide? Oh, there we go. Okay, so yes, your business plan. And last week, just to review really quickly, we talked about why we write business plans. We talked about how important they are and how they really are a roadmap to your business. We concentrated most of our discussion on the executive summary, which was also your homework, and this was the outline that we went over. As I said last week, I think a good way to write a business plan is to write the executive summary first, and then take each segment and kind of put it on steroids and go into it in detail. So the outline of the business plan as a whole is here. So last week we focused on that executive summary and we talked about the organizational plan. This week we're going to talk about the marketing plan, and then in weeks 3 and 4 will be all about those financial documents. And then as you write your business plan, you'll determine what supporting documents and appendices need to be added to it. So if we're going to talk about marketing, then I thought it was important to just kick it off by talking about why we market our businesses. There are lots of great reasons to market your business. You want to tell people about your business. You certainly want to raise awareness of your products and your services so people know what you're offering. You want to promote new products and services as they come about. If you have any partnerships that you develop with anyone, you want to talk about that and why that is good for your customers. You may even want to announce, depending on your business, you might want to announce new leadership members that join the team, especially if they bring expertise that really enhances your product, your service. So things like that. You also want to market to announce sales and special offers, which might increase volume of your sales, might attract new customers, and you want to use marketing to develop your relationships with your customers. It's not a one-way street. It'll sometimes feel that way because you're putting information out there, but especially with social media, there's a lot more opportunity to have a dialogue and back and forth with your customers. Your marketing will also illustrate your brand and your identity. We're going to talk more about that a little later. And you want to expand your customer base. You want to get more customers. But I think the #1 reason that we market our business is to increase sales. So, so that's kind of a quick overview of why we market. Your marketing plan is, and I outlined it this way to conform to the book that we're using. Your marketing plan is going to have 6 main sections. It's going to have its own overview. It's going to have a lot of detailed market analysis and marketing strategy. So the market analysis will be about your industry and your customers. The marketing strategy will be about what you're actually going to do. What marketing are you going to utilize to meet your marketing objectives? And then customer service, because that's also another outward facing piece of your business. Most people don't think of customer service as marketing, but certainly a great customer service experience can lock in someone as a customer for life, and a really bad customer service experience can drive them away in a moment. And so customer service is actually an important part of marketing, but we're only going to touch on it. And then marketing strategy implementation, which really is all about making what you've outlined in your marketing strategy come to pass and actually happen. And then measuring market effectiveness, which is important so that you're using your marketing budget wisely. So most of today is going to focus on the market analysis and marketing strategy portions of this, which will also be your biggest sections. But let's start at the beginning. So we're going to start by talking about the overview. Your marketing strategy overview is going to outline all the outward facing activities of your business. Like I said, that's why customer service is really part of marketing. Marketing and advertising, sales, public relations, customer service, all those things where you engage with the public, where you engage with your customers. So those are all kind of the outward facing activities. How your business interacts with the marketplace, how you interact with customers, partners, competitors, the community. That's what you should think of all of that as marketing. The overview also sets the marketing goals. So as I said earlier, the number of reasons why we market. So you'll set several goals for yourself about what you want your marketing to help you achieve. Expanding your customer base, increasing sales, promoting products and services, developing awareness of what your business is all about, what you offer, and creating a strong brand. When you set those goals, you want them to be SMART goals. And I'm hoping that many of you are familiar with the concept of SMART goals. SMART goals are, as it says there, specific, measurable, achievable, resourceful, and timely. So let's just kind of walk through this quickly. Specific, you want to demonstrate that you know your customer, you know why they buy from you, and you know the market. You want your SMART goals to be measurable. You want to determine what marketing customers actually respond to. You want to demonstrate that you know how to best connect with your customer, and you want to be able to measure that effectiveness. You don't want to just put marketing out there and cross your fingers. You want to actually be able to measure, and so you're measuring against benchmarks to see if you're achieving your goals. You want your goals, your marketing goals, to be achievable. They need to be realistic in terms of the reach you'll be able to have and the impact that you'll be able to have. You're not going to be able to market to everyone. Who are you trying to market to? It needs to be realistic. And what percentage of people, will you be able to attract? What kind of penetration will you get? What kind of return will you get in terms of the number of people that will become new customers or returning customers? You want to be resourceful. And what I mean by that is, in terms of marketing, is about developing marketing partners and being creative. Some good examples of that are real estate and insurance. I know several realtors that have partnered with a couple of different insurance companies. So when they're hosting, for instance, an open house, they invite the insurance company to provide materials so that prospective buyers can consider that insurance company for their future insurance as a future homeowner, their insurance needs. Another example is community events and a florist. I know a florist who often steps up and offers to do centerpieces for local fundraising events. And usually she's allowed to put her business cards out, or sometimes the nonprofit will acknowledge that, oh, these flowers were provided by this florist. So it's marketing for her. It's a partnership. She's providing the flowers, and she's getting recognition, and she's getting her name and her business name out in front of more people in the community. And she also builds goodwill, because people are like, oh, this is great. She provided those flowers. That makes me feel good. This is a nonprofit I support. I think that's wonderful that she supports them too. That builds that kind of likability and trust, and makes people want to buy their flowers from her. Another great example is there's, I know a local gym that is often steps up to sponsor local sports teams, like Little League teams and other youth sports teams. So often the kids' jerseys have the name of his gym on them. It's a great tie-in because it's still all about sports. It also, you know, gets the name of his gym out in front of people in the community, and the sports teams benefit by the marketing, by the financial contribution that he provides. I also want to provide you with an example that I think doesn't work well, because it's important for us to think about things that work well, but also recognize missteps when they happen. So I'm a foodie. I like to cook. I love to eat. I'm an omnivore. I can't imagine cutting an entire segment of food out of my diet. I love food. And so on Facebook, one of the pages that I follow is Bon Appetit. And they often have good recipes, and they have some cooking demonstrations from time to time, and it's great. But recently, they have been offering recipes and cooking demonstrations that incorporate Campbell's condensed soups. Now, when I was a kid, my mother would make Campbell's soup for me, and that was fine. But I'm at this point in my life, I'm a foodie. If I'm making soup, I'm making it from scratch. I'm not just going to make dinner and dump a can of Campbell's condensed soup into whatever dinner that I'm making. And those are the kinds of recipes that Bon Appetit has been providing lately. And to me, it's been a real flop. I'm not that kind of cook. I thought Bon Appetit represented more sophisticated cooking than the kind of like, oh, let's make a casserole and throw Campbell's condensed soup in there. So for me personally, it doesn't resonate. To me, it has actually devalued Bon Appetit in my eyes. Now, Bon Appetit might be trying to reach out to people who are not as sophisticated a cook. They might be trying to reach people who are looking for easy, faster, more convenient methods of cooking. So it's entirely possible that this approach to advertising for them is because they're trying to reach a target market that I'm not part of. But to me, as an existing customer of Bon Appetit, I've had the subscription on and off for most of my adulthood. For me, it doesn't resonate. And so it's not a great marketing partnership, but I don't know if that's because I'm not their target market or if they've made a misstep. So I put that out there as kind of an example at the other end of the spectrum. But getting back to our SMART goals, the last piece in that SMART acronym is timely. You want to be able to measure effectiveness over defined time periods, and you might want to align with a particular sales cycle, depending on whether or not your business is seasonal, or if there are increases in sales related to various holidays. So for instance, one thing that you may have seen is that a lot of landscapers also offer snow removal services. And they do this because they want to keep their employees paid. They want to keep their employees busy. And so while they are able to offer landscaping services throughout much of the year, in the middle of winter, there's not a whole lot of landscaping going on. So many of them offer, so many of them offer snow removal services. So they're able to keep their employees and continue to pay them and continue to keep them busy. So the way they're going to market is going to be different in November and December as they're, you know, getting ready for and transitioning away from landscaping and to snow removal. Is going to be different than the way they would be marketing in March as things start, in April as things start to warm up and they start to get ready for the landscaping and the growing season. So I wanted to give you an example of a goal versus a SMART goal. So a plain old ordinary goal would be, I plan to lose weight. A SMART goal would be, I will exercise 3 times a week and reduce my desserts to only 1 or 2 times a week and eliminate snacking in between meals in order to lose 10 pounds by June 30th. There's a big difference there, right? The first goal is just, it's kind of out there, but there's nothing specific about it. Oh, I want to lose weight. There's nothing specific. There's nothing measurable. There's nothing timely. Whereas in the flip side, the SMART goal, it's very specific. I say that I'm going to exercise 3 times a week. I'm going to reduce my desserts to specifically 1 or 2 times a week. I'm going to eliminate specific things that I'm going to do to achieve my goal. The goal is not just to lose weight, but to lose 10 pounds by saying I'm going to do that by June 30th. So this goal is much more specific than just an ordinary goal that doesn't have parameters around it. Does anybody have any questions at this point? I don't want to go too fast. No? Okay, I'm going to go. All right, I'm going to go on. Your marketing goals, another aspect of your marketing goals is that they're probably going to change over time. So depending on where you are in the life and existence of your business, your goals will be different. So I think most of you are in the early launch stage of your business. So most of your marketing is going to be centered around raising awareness. You're going to want to have broad outreach. You're going to use media. You're going to use everything in your marketing toolkit to try to get the word out about your business, your products, your services, and to convince people to buy your products and services. You're always going to want to be persuasive when it comes to marketing, but remember that in the early stage, you have to be particularly persuasive because you're a new business and and you're trying to convince people to not only try your product and service, but try the product and service of a brand new business. As your business matures, you'll get to a growth phase where your goal is really to continue to drive revenue growth. And you may do that not only by trying to reach new customers, but also by trying to upsell the customers that you have. Maybe have them try an additional product or related product or service, or maybe an add-on. I mean, we've all, I'm sure many of you have bought things, whether they're automobiles or appliances or electronics, where you've selected your product and you're ready to pay, and all of a sudden the salesperson is offering you a warranty or some sort of, purchase protection program kind of thing. All of that is upselling. Or if you're looking at a product and there are, different levels, when a salesperson is trying to get you to consider the next level up, something more expensive, something with more bells and whistles and benefits. They're trying to upsell you. You also want to encourage repeat sales, get someone to come back time and again. During this period, you want to use discounts judiciously. You don't want to get too carried away. You don't want to eat too deep into your margins, but it might be a way to stimulate revenue growth. And then as your business matures, you'll get into a phase where you're really looking to retain the customers that you have. When you have a broad customer base and things are working well, you'll want to make sure you're retaining your customers and that they don't migrate to competitors. This is a good place to use loyalty programs and referral rewards. Many of you might have a card in your wallet from perhaps your grocery store. They're looking to lure you in by getting you to swipe that card so that they collect the data on what you're buying and analyze that. But in return, they're giving you discounts because you're a loyal customer and you carry their card and you come back time and again. There are discounts that are only available to you as someone carrying their card. So this brings us to the end of section 1, the overview of the marketing strategy and goals. And again, I just want to pause and ask if anybody has any questions before we delve into market analysis, which is section 2. Crickets.
Question, Karen.
Everyone awake?
Hi, Karen. This is Manmohan.
Hi. I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So I have a question related to that, like raise awareness and outreach, right? So, like
Wait, say that again. I didn't catch that.
Raise awareness and outreach, right?
Oh, yes.
Raise awareness and outreach. Correct. So
Yes.
what I'm trying to address here is, like, at what point are you looking for outreach versus just awareness, right? Because when you're a small business, you're obviously forming relationships through partnerships and also trying to gain customers. But, you know, there's a difference between just making clients and your business development channel aware about the products, but the process of products go well beyond, you know, just something that you want to, you know, advertise. How, like, when would you make that transition from raising awareness to outreach? Because outreach is a lot more broader, right?
Yep. So I think part of it depends on your product and service. Refresh my memories to what your business is.
So mine is like a IT company. It's American Software LLC. So we are in IT consulting services, IT staffing, product resale, software resale, programming,
Okay.
like something like that, right?
Okay. So so a couple of thoughts on that. One is that it in part depends on what your business is. There are some things that we buy more frequently and some things that we buy less frequently. So for instance, even though we've probably all decreased how frequently we go to the grocery store, we still have to, we still have to buy groceries fairly frequently. And there are ShopRites and Stop and Shops and other grocery stores that are sprinkled throughout our community, and there's pretty dense penetration, right? There's you can drive through many towns and readily see a grocery store. So grocery stores, dollar stores, CVS, and other pharmacy type stores, Walgreens and stuff, they're not really trying to raise awareness. Their products are things that we need, and we're aware of those, that we need the things that they offer. They are sprinkled throughout our community, so we're pretty much aware of where they're located. We have a good sense of what they sell. So they're always trying to do outreach. They're all about outreach, and that's why they send us flyers, and that's why their ads are generally about things that are on sale or seasonal items. We patronize those kinds of businesses fairly frequently. Other things we buy with much, much less frequency. So for instance, automobiles. You buy a car, what, every few years, every several years? Most of us probably postpone buying a car any more than absolutely necessary because it's a big, expensive purchase. So those businesses are all about awareness. They want us to be aware of what the newest model offers. They want us to be aware of their safety ratings. They want us to be aware of what makes their vehicle special, or what features their vehicle have that might especially appeal to us. So as a mother of three, you know, I certainly am interested in high safety ratings, and I'm interested in, you know, the size of the cabin. My kids are teenagers now, so you know, the minivan SUV market is you know, what is aimed more squarely at people like me. So they're all about awareness, so that when I and my husband are ready to buy a vehicle, we hopefully are already aware of several aspects of their vehicle that might appeal to us. So it kind of depends. So given that you're in software and IT, that's something that most businesses need at some level. Even tiny little businesses like me, as I was, you know, setting up this morning and hoping that everything would work properly. I'm not very tech savvy, so I have a tech guy that I can call if I need to. But depending on how frequently your customers are going to buy from you will help you determine how you want to go about raising awareness versus outreach. So for instance, if your industry is mostly 1 to 5 year contracts for IT services, then as you raise awareness and as you meet potential customers, you want to get a sense. They may tell you, yeah, you know, it sounds great, but I'm locked into a contract for the next 2 years. Okay, you want to make a note that this guy is locked into a contract for about 2 years. So maybe in about 18 months is where you want to do outreach to him or her to see if there's an opportunity for you to sell your service to them. You're probably happy that you networked with them and that you made them aware of your product and service well in advance, but the outreach transition isn't until they're leading up to an actual opportunity to sell. Does that make sense?
Right. No, it makes sense.
Okay. That was a really good question, though, because they are two different aspects of marketing. Raising awareness, just kind of making sure as many people as possible that are your potential customers in your target market know about your product and service, but then actually saying, buy my product, buy my service. So that transition depends from industry to industry. So you're not going to do it the way ShopRite and Walgreens do it. You're probably not going to do it the way, you know, Subaru and Cadillac do it either. You're somewhere in between. And so for everyone in the class, you'll have to determine where that line is depending on your product or service.
Right. So, I mean, if we put them in like just a few words, outreach would be for repeat sales. Awareness would be for, I mean, it could be more longer term buys, right?
Right. And outreach can even be for first time buyers.
Yeah,
you know,
I mean.
Right.
Yeah.
But one is about general information and the other outreach is more about more targeted, specific selling.
Right. So these days we have these CRMs, right? Customer relationship management softwares. So they would cover almost all aspects of marketing, or would they be mostly just for this awareness and outreach purposes?
It depends on how you're using your CRM software. You know, I think Salesforce, which is one of the biggest ones on the market, has all different modules that you can use, and you can use it as extensively as you wish. Even for, so for instance, even for the SBDC, there's CRM software. So I can go into, Priscilla and I and other coaches can log into the CRM software that the SBDC uses and look up specific people and say, so let's say Priscilla asks me to call you. Before I call you, I would go into the software and I would look you up and I would get a sense of, is this the first class you've taken with the SBDC, or is this the 10th class you've taken? How familiar are you? How it'll also give me a sense of where you are with your business and stuff. So, so it's very useful. And every time any of you have a significant interaction with anyone from the SBDC, it gets logged into there so that I can see if Priscilla spoke to you, Priscilla can see if I spoke to you, Dr. Nadoro can see if any of us spoke to you. We can see what classes you've taken, what emails you've received. So it depends on, you know, it also depends on how many people in your organization are going to be involved with it. So for other work that I do for a different nonprofit, I and the man I report to are the only people talking to the clients. So I don't have a piece of CRM software. I have a spreadsheet because I'm a spreadsheet person. I love a good spreadsheet, but I just track how frequently I speak with clients, who I spoke to, when I spoke with them last, when I met with them face to face, but it's all in a spreadsheet because the only person who needs to see it is me. Every time I interact with a client, I send an email to the manager. So, you know, it really, how extensively you use CRM really depends on you and who else needs to know and how detailed you want your tracking to be.
Right. So earlier you mentioned the sales aspect as part of the full marketing plan, right? So
Yes.
Initially you're making customers aware, then you know, you have already reached out, now they're making purchasing decisions. So and this question is coming from the software aspect because that's what I'm more aware of. So
Sure.
These CRMs, do they typically have the sales modules? For example, if I'm submitting some RFP, I've contacted the my customer. Now the customer has put out some RFP, and now I'm replying with these RFPs or bids and all that stuff. Does that CRM capture that aspect of the sales, or it is more towards just the customer data, who my customer is, what are their buying patterns, and what I've done with them, and not the channel that lets that sales flow through?
Unfortunately, I can't answer your question because I'm not familiar enough with various CRM software packages.
No, not their CRM, in general. I'm talking in general. Does the CRM capture the marketing as well as sales aspect?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know because I haven't.
Karen, an answer to that is yes. HubSpot does that.
Oh, okay.
There you go. And I would expect Salesforce probably does too. I mean, Salesforce, from what I understand, and again, I don't use Salesforce, so but I know lots of people who do and love it. It sounds like it captures everything. I also have seen, what was the one? Oh, Infusionsoft was one that I used. I'm sorry?
Hold on, let me look at it. I think it's someone's microphone.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, so
but
Salesforce would probably do it too. If Infusionsoft, which is now called Keep, if it does.
Oh, I didn't realize that was the same software.
Yeah, they rebranded.
What is it called?
Oh, okay.
Keep.
Oh, Keep. K-E-E-P.
𝐜𝐸AP.
Okay.
You know, that's funny because last fall, or maybe it was the end of last summer, I went to a business conference, a women's business conference, and I sat in on a presentation on Keep, and I ended up leaving the presentation because they were talking about how it was available for tablets and phones, but then they said, oh, but it's not available for Android devices. And although I do have an iPad, I am an Android user, I'm a Gmail user, I'm a PC user. I have not, I think it's important that I have an Apple device, but I'm not overall an Apple environment person. So as soon as he said that, I was like, game over, you don't have it. And he's like, oh, but it's coming soon. I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to be your bleeding edge user.
They're already on Android now. So
oh, they are. Oh, okay.
So to Man's questions, yes. I don't know about Salesforce, but Salesforce is bigger than or about the same like HubSpot. So if HubSpot has it, I'm sure they do, but they do have a marketing section for you to track and analyze as well.
Okay, perfect. I will look into all of these.
Okay.
And these are all good questions. So thank you, Mahmoud. Thank you for asking. Does anyone else have any questions before we move on to market analysis? Because this is going to be a thorough, I want to say a deep dive, but you'll see as we get into it that you're going to take a deep dive, but we're going to be pretty thorough here. So, but any other questions on marketing overview and marketing goals? Okay, then, seeing no questions, we will move on, and I'm going to continue to share my screen, and I'm going to try to do some demo, and Priscilla, speak up if I end up doing it wrong, but we're gonna dive into market research. So section 2 of your marketing plan is going to be market analysis, and there's a lot here to analyze. And in order to analyze your market, you're going to have to do some research. You want to get to know your market really, really well. A fabulous tool to do market research is the library. Librarians have a wealth of data at their fingertips and know how to find it. And so I'm going to attempt to tap into my inner librarian and show you some of this information. Rutgers University libraries have just an amazing amount of information, and they specifically have a business plan guide. So you'll definitely want to check it out. The link is there, and I'm sure we can even make sure that the link is available. That's the main link that is your portal to lots and lots of information, and I'm going to show you a couple of different sites in just a minute. When you get to that site, you'll see this outline that I have a little image of there. We're going to focus on the industry and there are tabs for each of these when you get into the business plan guide at Rutgers Libraries. We're going to focus on the industry analysis, competitive landscape, and market analysis tabs. There is additional information under promotion and marketing, but I'm not going to get into that. There are also samples you see towards the bottom, business plan samples. So as you write your business plans, you might want to look at some of those. And then I really didn't look at the business operations tab because it wasn't germane to what we're talking about today. So that's what we're going to do. So I am going to, all right, I'm going to go to the next slide, and then we're going to do some actual live demo. All right, so you're.
Quick question. The
Sure.
Rutgers library, like physical, is accessible to us as a SBDC client, or do we have to be a business student to access that?
Priscilla, do you know the answer to that?
I know that as an SBDC client, you can ask to speak with one of the business librarians at Dana Library. So they do sit with you. They don't charge you. You simply let them know that you were referred by the SBDC.
And this is for the Rutgers, or which library you said?
The Rutgers, it's called the Dana Library. It's on 180 University Avenue in Newark.
Dana Library, okay. 180
University Ave, or you can find a number there and call. I think our contact there, her name is Roberta Tipton. I'll type in her name here. Actually, on Fridays, she sometimes teaches week 2 as well. So, but you can come in with your if you needed help with finding, information, statistics, whatever on your business plan, you definitely can call them and let them know that SBDC referred you. They'll help you.
Sure. Does SBDC give clients like us like a card or something that so we can present to them, or is just we tell them that we are SBDC client?
Yeah, I've never seen a card. I know sometimes it's a lot easier. Sometimes if you kind of give us a heads up and we email them to let them know to expect you, but we've had clients that have just gone straight there. Especially if you took the business plan workshop, they do know the list of people who take the business plan workshop and know that they might expect you. So, I haven't seen anyone say they're unable to gain entrance or be able to speak with them. That's why I gave you her name specifically, because she'll
Roberta, what is it called? Her name, Roberta?
Okay, I thought I typed it. It went to the pile. Let me send it to everyone. Roberta Tipton, and I'll put it. I'll try to get the number for you in a few minutes that you can call, but she can help you with a lot of these. A lot of these resources comes from the library guide that's in the back of Google Classroom. That was actually prepared by Rutgers business librarians, so they're very knowledgeable in all those resources.
I'm going to show you some of those in just a minute.
Yeah.
I want to talk about them first and talk about a couple of them, and then we're going to go in and take a look. And I actually have a couple of examples, and so this part of the class is new for me, so bear with me. But one other thing about the library is that you may find that while you're allowed to use the resources, you might not be able to get on their Wi-Fi. I know that in the past I haven't always been able to get on Rutgers Wi-Fi unless I'm actually at an event where they've made guest Wi-Fi available and stuff. And I found that in other colleges and universities as well. So.
And also, so everyone is aware, this is normally said at the beginning of the session when the librarians teach this week 2, but a lot of the resources that you find in that link. So at the end of today, if you wanted to go back, the link is posted on the week 2. You can click on it. Karen is showing you a part of what it looks like. It lists different resources for each of the areas in your marketing plan that you can click on, and it will help you, narrow down, do some research. And, it's quite interesting, how people are able to use some of these resources to even find out in a certain area, what's the income range is in a particular zip code or a particular radius. And, especially if you're planning on opening up a brick and mortar store. But the good thing about some of these resources are pretty expensive. However, for the state of New Jersey, it is free to people who live in New Jersey, as long as you have a library card. I think that's the stipulation, because there's a section in some of them where it may ask you for that library card number to access it. Otherwise, you may have to pay for the service. A lot of them are free, but some of them do require that, unless, and that may change now. I don't know if they may have taken away funding because of a current crisis, but at the time of the last business plan workshop, I knew that you could access these using your ID number from your library card.
So do we have to get? So do we have to get the library card of the business, like Rutgers Business Library then?
No, like any state library. So
Like any public library?
yeah, any
Okay.
public library. So look, I'm in West Orange, so I went to West Orange and I got one, and that was fine. Any public library in Newark. Even some of you might have kids. If they have, go right ahead. I just happened to do it at the same time with my kids, and I took them. I was like, okay, let me get a library card myself too. So you just need that. Otherwise, some of them you will have to pay to get access into.
And you probably have to get a library card for the town or city that you live in.
Yeah.
Usually you have to demonstrate that you live in the community. So you might want to bring a driver's license or utility bill or something that that demonstrates that you live in the community.
Right. But
when you're on Rutgers, premises, which is where we used to do this course, you could access everything. You didn't have to put anything in, and that's, I guess, because Rutgers is a state university, and their network has been configured to just let us right in. We didn't have to enter anything. But I found, like, after the workshop and I came home and some of the tools I tried to use, there was a barrier there, so you had to enter that in. So just an FYI for anyone, even if you don't have one, if you know someone in New Jersey who has, you can just ask them to, give you the ID number so you can use it temporarily.
Correct. So just to compare the business school library versus the other community libraries that you mentioned, where we live, we should get the card. The business library is going to be a lot more extensive in the availability of the resource compared to the state libraries, right?
The resources that we're discussing, Manuel, they're all online. It doesn't matter which library.
And I mean, I'm here and can access them. I was able to access them yesterday. I'm going to demonstrate some of them. So you don't have to physically be at a Rutgers library or even physically be at your local public library. In fact, the things I'm going to show you are all going to give you a wealth of information, and it's even before you get to the point where you have to enter a library card.
Yes. So, but however, we do understand everyone has different, varying technical abilities when it comes to the computer, and you may even have other questions with the data that you have. So what we're saying is, if you needed to reach out to someone, especially to help you with the market research, the Rutgers University libraries, I'm not that familiar with the one at New Brunswick, although they used to sometimes teach the class as well, but I'm very familiar with the Dana Library at Newark with Miss Roberta Tipton. And, she will sometimes, you call her, she will carve out some time out of her schedule to say, you might say, hey, I think I'm having trouble finding XYZ. And they're very resourceful to use any of these tools, or maybe some that they might have that's not here, to try to help you find the data that you need. Just let them know that you were referred to them by the SBDC. I mean, to me, that has a lot more, a better pull than a total stranger calling up saying, hey, I need help. We have a relationship, and, they do report on that, how, the outreach with the other departments in the university. So they're very willing to help you. It's just based on what your schedule is, and you make something that's beneficial to the both of you, so you can pop in or you can telephone, whichever works for you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so I am going to take us to the library guide at Rutgers University. But before we go there, I just want to talk about some of the things that we're going to go into in more detail. So there are, like I said, there's a wealth of information there. You're going to want to spend some time poking around and looking on your own for things that are meaningful to you and your business. 3 that I think are particularly helpful are SBDC Net, which gives small business snapshots. These include, well, we'll take a look and you'll see Jersey Clicks, which provides articles from trade journals and business magazines, and BizStats, which has industry statistics and financial ratios, especially ratios of expenses as a percentage of revenue by industry and by legal structure, recognizing that, for instance, a corporation has more overhead than a single member LLC. And so the ratios of expenses are going to be different percentages of revenue, really useful information. So I'm going to stop sharing. There we go. Okay, so I'm still sharing my screen, but not sharing the PowerPoint presentation. This is actually the web. And so when you go to that link on the previous slide, it's going to take you to this page. And you'll see that what I had shown you on the slide was this.
And we're not seeing your screen.
Oh, you're not? Oh dear. Okay.
Okay, click share screen. You might need to stop sharing your screen and then
I might have to stop share and share again. Okay,
yeah.
Let's try this again.
And then share the browser that you're on.
Share screen. And
sometimes it's tricky with the PowerPoint. The PowerPoint has 2 windows.
Right. Okay, so now I clicked on. All right, now do you see?
Awesome. Now we're cooking with gas. Let's go.
Yay! Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right. Improving my technological skills here. All right, so when you go to that link for the LibGuides at Rutgers University, this is the page that it takes you to. And can you see my cursor?
Yep, it's moving.
Okay, good. So the piece that I put on that slide was that this box here that says outline. And as I said, we're going to concentrate what we're going to talk about on the industry analysis, competitive landscape, and market analysis sections. And you see that those correspond to these tabs here across the top. You may also find it helpful at a later date to go and explore the sample business plans that are in this tab. And I can't speak to what's in business operations. I really didn't take a look because, like I said, it wasn't germane to our discussion today. But we're going to start by looking at industry analysis. And you can get there either by clicking here or clicking on the tab, either way. That should take us right here. Okay, fabulous. So industry analysis. There's lots of information in here and lots of links in here. I'm going to take you to a few of them because I've got a few specific examples to show you. Oh, I'm so excited. So here on the left, it talks about some of the government statistics that are available that you can take a look at. NAICS codes, which stands for, which I always forget, North American Industry Classification System. That's a good code to know what the code is for your specific business. You can dive into that on your own. Close that. Okay, I'm going to start by going into SBDC Net and looking at some of the small business snapshots. I thought this was really, really helpful and had some really good information. So these are individual reports. Come on, there we go. Individual reports on different industries and the businesses in those industries and what they look at. So you can see medical practice, management consulting, coffee shop, bar, home health care, pet care, all kinds of different things. And lest you think that it doesn't have your particular business, you can see that there are many, many pages of reports. So you can dive into that And I do want to show you an example of one. Oops, went too far. All right, so we're just going to click on this first one because it is a pretty current report, and it's just, you know, for illustration purposes. So in the small business snapshot, it gives you a lot of different information. You can download it as a PDF. You can read it here on the screen, but it talks about industry overviews and trends. It also talks about the competitive landscape, customer demographics, which will be even more important, and we're going to talk more about that in a little while. Startup costs. For many of you, you are just starting your business, so your industry startup costs can be very helpful. Examples of business plans specific to this field, publications and resources, associations that are helpful, employment trends, additional resources. So you can see that it has a lot of information. It's a really good overview that touches on a lot of different things. And for most of these categories, there, as you can see, there are links. So you can end up going down quite a rabbit hole and learning a lot with this as a jumping off point. So I definitely encourage you to take a look and see if SBDC-Net has a snapshot for your field or industry.
Karen, when you're scrolling through, if you can do it slower than you normally would, because there's a lag. By the time you're down, it just goes by faster for us.
Okay, that makes sense. The interweb just can't quite keep up with me. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
And I haven't even had coffee. All right. So SBDC-Net, I think, I hope you all agree that this is a really great resource. And, you know, at a minimum, you want to take a look at the small business snapshot for your industry. Does anybody have any questions about that? Okay, I'm going to go back to, oh, go ahead.
On that, when we are trying to do this research to find within our industry. So for example, in case of like my business, which is software services and staffing, I mean, it has like different revenue streams, which could also be just business by itself. So now when we're looking for a report like this, are we looking just by the NAICS code, or I mean, would that be the most efficient way?
It doesn't really go by, it'll tell you what the NAICS codes are, but it goes by the category of business. So in your case, like you're saying, you might have two different businesses, but that for them, they may have it listed individually. You may just have to merge if it's statistics that you're looking, like I know we have a lot of business owners that are creating their business plan, and they come here because that section in their business plan where they really have to paint, you know, the demand of the market, like how big of a market is this for my product? What is the potential for me to make, or if you're writing it in a business plan, what's the potential of the business to make money based on the demand for whatever the product or service is? They come here to get that information. Like a good chunk of the information found at SBDC-Net, sometimes it's so good that you just copy and paste. Sometimes you don't even rework. But you in your case, then you may even, I know Karen will be able to say if that's wrong or right, but you may need to combine the numbers together, or maybe just talk about each area of your business and provide the stats and what the market is for those when you're talking about your marketing plan, and then further on discuss as it asks you, you know, how are you planning on marketing at whatever phase. You may have to do them individually.
Okay, so just for illustration purposes, we'll do like a IT, and then depending on how it categorizes, we just go in and
Yeah. And find them by, there may be, I haven't done it with searching by NAICS, but I know they give you the NAICS code. So maybe I just kind of look at the NAICS code and then look it up to just make sure that we're talking about the same thing. And also the SBDC net, the one thing I like about it, especially if you're starting in a business where you don't have experience and you don't know what the market layout or what the demand is for it. You don't know, you may have worked there, but you don't know all that goes into the startup costs. I normally look at these reports to just have a starting point. Like, it would tell me things that I didn't even think about that I really should have factored into my business plan, especially if you're going to be seeking funding. You don't want an expense that to just pop up after and you realize, oh, I asked for 20,000 or 30,000 too little because I didn't think about this particular expense. And I think when Karen was scrolling down there, it does have a section there that shows you startup costs, and it also shows you examples of business plans similar to that category that you can kind of take a look and kind of compare to what you have to see if there's anything else you need to add.
Right. Oh, this is great. And I'm loving this class already. Very much.
Oh, I'm so glad. Yes, it
There's
definitely.
so much information that if you try to assimilate, I mean, it's impossible, right? Because every step of the way, there's so much data, and you need to know how to, slice and dice. I mean, this consolidation helps a lot.
Good. Yeah, as Priscilla said, I pulled it up on the screen. It has startup costs and business plans, and the snapshots for I took a look at a few of them, and they all seem to have kind of the same sections to them. So I'm sure it will address things and get you to start thinking about those things for your business and give you a good sense. Because a lot of times startup costs, people are like, I have no idea. So it's great to have this information, and it's great to see other business plans that are, that address your specific industry. It's good to have examples of good business plans, but to have good business plans that are specific to your industry is even better.
Right.
All right, so I want to move on because I want to show you another fabulous database that is accessed again. I'm back to now showing you we're back to the Rutgers University Library. We're still on that industry analysis tab, but I'm going to take you to 𝐍𝐶licks, which we're going to go into Business Source Elite. Oops. Okay, so this is a database that has, so from the New Jersey State Library, and has lots of information. And I have to tell you, at first when I went in here, I was like, okay, where do I go? What do I do? So that's why I really want to show this to you. You're going to go to, I found it really helpful to go to this Business Source Elite tab. And when you go there, so remember, 𝐍𝐶licks offers articles from trade journals and business magazines. And so I really wasn't sure what I was looking for when I went in here. And then little trial and error. But let me show you, again, this is just a random example. First of all, I decided to limit, expecting this to come back with a tremendous amount of information. I decided to limit the range of to recent articles. So we're going to put 2019 in here, January 2019 to April 2020. So I'm like, all right, I just want to see articles from the last, year and a half or so. And then I also, again, trying to come up with a random example, I decided to put plumbing industry. And so we're going to go here, and it's going to search, and it's going to come back with lots of different articles. You can see it came up with over 1,600 different articles just from the last 2 years about plumbing. Now, you can kind of skim through the titles of some of these. I can tell you that number 15, I hope it's still number 15. Number 15, I thought this was a great article because certainly no matter what your field or industry is, you want to think about what the future is going to look like. So I clicked on this, and there's this article, and you can actually go to the full text. And there's this great article about the future of plumbing. And while I confess that I didn't read the whole article, Steve Spalding, the editorial director, has obviously done his homework, and he talks about having gone to a huge kitchen and bath industry show, an international builder show in Las Vegas. And, he learned a lot and started thinking about what the future of the plumbing industry is going to look like. And so I thought this was really amazing. You see right here, it says, right now the future looks connected, efficient, and expensive. Everything is Wi-Fi enabled. Set your bath from your car with your smartphone on your way home, or better still, have your bath waiting for you because it's, for example, Wednesday at 6:25 p.m. Isn't that awesome? The idea that, you can have your plumbing connected to Wi-Fi, so you can say, wow, I've had a tough day and I need a hot bath ready and waiting for me when I get home. Wouldn't it be awesome for each of us to be able to find articles that talk about our industry spot on and in such detail? I would think that it'd be great for each of us to have a window into articles like this that give us that kind of detail that will help us think about not only what our business should look like in the near term, but the direction of our industry, the trends that are going on in our industry. So that's another great resource where you can find all kinds of articles that you're not going to find in the Star Ledger, but you're going to find them in Jersey Clicks. So I encourage you to explore that tab as well. Any questions about that?
Karen, quick question.
Sure.
What's the best resource to find what are the, like, say, top 10 trade shows and conferences within like your industry, specific industry? I mean, I know Google and all that stuff we can do, but typically there are these reports will capture some things either through promotions that these conferences do or trade shows do, or the industry itself wants that people who are doing these resources for their own business plans or whatever, they get aware. So typically they try to consolidate. Is there something within like the set of resources that you shared that will at least have something where we can go?
Well, the previous resource that I showed you, that SBDC net, that had industry associations.
Okay.
So I would think that if you explore the industry associations, they'll say, oh, we're having our expo for our association, or we're having our annual conference, sure, or we're having. So I would look to the associations for that.
Okay.
Good question. Anyone else? Okay. I'm going to show you one more resource that I thought was very helpful for specifically for industry research here under industry analysis. And the link is here. It's listed as industry statistics and financial ratios. It will bring you to a site called BizStats. And BizStats this is going to be very helpful when you get into developing your financial projections. So I'm going to try to remember how I did this. So I'm going to go into sole proprietor benchmarks. Right. Okay. So so I know we have a member of the class who's working on a juice bar. Is she here? Okay, well, I'm going to use that example anyway. So I was thinking specifically about that because, again, I wanted to come up with different examples for different sites that I was taking you to. So I went into accommodation food services, and you saw that I specifically looked up sole proprietor because I was thinking, okay, small business, and clicked on food services and drinking places. Now, these are from 2017. I don't know how often they update them, but it gives you a general sense of what the ratio should be of various expenses in comparison to your revenue. So for instance, it's suggesting that for a food service or drinking place type business, your cost of sales, as you can probably see there, is going to be about 40% of your total revenue. That's an important number to keep in mind. And so of course that therefore shows you that your gross profit is going to be almost 60% of your revenue before you then get into operating expenses. These kinds of ratios will, they're just benchmarks because of course, you know, this doesn't talk about whether it's a burger place or a juice bar or a fine dining, you know, white tablecloth kind of restaurant. So it's just a guideline, but nevertheless, it's a useful and helpful guideline as you try to determine what the expenses for your business are going to look like. I don't want to dwell on this, but I just kind of wanted to, since it was under the industry analysis tab, I wanted to kind of just touch on it quickly.
Are these percentages based on specifically New Jersey businesses, or is it like a national average? Like, what does it matter? Like, what is? I'm in New York, so I'm like curious if these are New Jersey specific.
Right. I don't think they are New Jersey specific, but I really didn't delve into the source of it. So, Priscilla, do you happen to know? Okay, Priscilla may have stepped away. I don't know off the top of my head. I really didn't spend a lot of time on BizStats because it's more financial. And this week I wanted to, you know, this week is about marketing. But like I said, I did want to make sure that you were aware that it's here because I do think it's a useful resource. But I'm sure that if you go into the About tab, let's just click on that real quickly. Collects and adds value to public data.
Sorry about that, Karen. I had missed something.
That's okay. We were just wondering if BizStats is national data. I don't know how to get rid of this sidebar. Is national data or New Jersey specific? I'm guessing that it is.
It's not. I definitely know it's not state specific.
Okay. So.
Great, thank you.
Certainly. So, you know, BizStats is something you'll probably want to spend more time on. I don't want to dwell on it, but wanted to make sure that you're aware because it is here under the industry analysis tab. At the library resource. So I want to go back to, I'm going to go back to my slide presentation. I may have to stop sharing my screen.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see the slides again?
No, you have to stop sharing and then
Okay.
pull up your slide.
Okay, We'll just take a second to do that. So we're going to stop sharing and you see me again. And then I'm going to go back here and share screen and then get back to the slideshow and share. And all right, hopefully you see the slides now.
Yes.
Yay. Okay. So those are those 3 resources, and there are additional resources in there, but I thought these 3 were particularly useful, particularly good, and they're not, the links aren't in the order I have them on the slide here, but that was kind of the order that I thought made a lot of sense in terms of starting off with those small business snapshots and then working through more detailed data. I'm going to show you some more information that's available, some more databases that are available in the Rutgers library, through the Rutgers library a little bit later, but I want to move on because, so we're talking about market research, we're talking about researching the industry. There's lots of information there. Obviously, you need to kind of sift through it. And what is it that you should be researching?
Can I ask a quick question?
Certainly.
So when you're looking for your competitors, right?
Yeah.
Like trying to zone in, okay, we're a small business. Let me look at like within these next code that I'm focusing. How do they like come up? So are they captured in the 3 resources that you mentioned or no?
You mean in terms of what research, what specific information you're looking for?
Yeah. Who are my competitors within that NAICS code that I'm focusing? And then come up with, because I have to now look at my threats, how do I mitigate that risk? And I'm constantly going to be facing these competitors because when I'm bidding, when I'm submitting RFPs, on the other side, they're also doing the same work, but they already have an established relationships. They already have a track record of working with whoever that I'm bidding. And now I need to have my own strategy to beat them or in their game because now I'm a new entrant. So if I'm aware of these competitors, I can do a little bit more research on where I can be a little bit more resourceful to the client. That way, you know, I can you know, at least start winning the business, right?
Right. So you'll definitely want to explore those databases, and I'm sure that you will come across information about specific competitors. Your own knowledge of your own industry, I'm sure there are firms out there that you're like, yep, they do the same thing that I'm going to offer. The other thing that you can do to try to uncover other businesses that you might not be aware of is to think about, if someone's looking for your product and service, what might they be searching for on the web? And you may find businesses that you weren't aware of. You may meet other businesses through industry associations and trade shows and networking. You may find somebody's, oh, you do that too. Oh, okay. We're in the same universe. We're in the same field. So there are a lot of different ways to collect information on competitors, identify who those competitors are, as well as collect information on them. Does that help?
Yeah, I was on mute for it.
Okay, great. So as you're doing your research and as you're assessing who your competitors are and learning about your industry, you're going to want to identify specific competitors, and you're going to want to think about specific things about them. What are their strengths and weaknesses, and how do those compare to yours? What differentiates your product or service from theirs? How do they market their products and services? You may want to use many of the same channels and methods as they do. What is their pricing strategy? That's going to influence your pricing strategy. And what does their brand represent? The answers to all of these questions are going to help you develop your own marketing strategy. If their weakness is one of your strengths, you're going to want to focus on that. your differentiating factors. You're going to want to make sure that people are aware of what makes your product or service different from theirs. How they market their products or services might influence how you do the same. They may already have a good handle on the best way to connect with your target market. Or you may find that, yeah, they're spending a lot of time marketing through one method and you're finding that something else is more effective in helping you connect with your customers. Their pricing strategy may or may not influence yours. If you find that they're moving their prices up, then that might be an opportunity for you to do the same. If they're moving their prices down, you might think about whether or not that's something you need to do, or maybe, well, we'll talk more about the competitive landscape and pricing in a little while. And then what does their brand represent? And so as, you know, a very simple example, I obviously put, you know, the logos for Coke and Pepsi here. Two products that some people say are radically different, and some people, even if you just look at their basic cola, some people will tell you, oh my God, they're so different. I would never drink one or the other. Some people will tell you that they can't taste the difference. But I would think that many of you are able to recognize that Coke and Pepsi have different brand approaches. Coca-Cola talks about, you know, over its history, has talked about being the real thing, has talked about being a classic. Pepsi tends to, you know, be, you know, tends to use more language about, you know, new generation and more forward thinking and stuff. So, so remember that what your competitor does or doesn't do and how they present themselves may influence what you do, how you present yourself. Certainly, Coke and Pepsi keep very close tabs on each other's new products, new flavors, diet, not diet, what artificial sweeteners they're using in their diet products, the size of their packaging. If one of them were to, you know, offer a different size, we're all used to those 12-ounce cans and 16-ounce bottles, but for some reason, one of them, and you know, 1 liter, 2 liter bottles, all of a sudden one of them started offering a 9-ounce can. I'm quite sure that the other would follow suit. If one of them started offering a new flavor, I'm sure that the other would soon follow suit. So, you know, keeping tabs on what your competitors are doing will may very well influence what you're doing in terms of your marketing, what you're doing in terms of your products, what you're doing in terms of how you present yourself. Thinking more about the competitive landscape, I think it's important.
I wanted to ask you a question.
Certainly.
Yeah, in regards to dealing with your competitors, I know you're supposed to pretty much monitor what they're doing and try to tailor your own marketing strategy off that. But shouldn't you design one that's going to be unique to your particular business rather than focusing entirely on what your competitors are doing? Am I making sense?
You're absolutely making sense. And you may want to have a radically different approach than what your competitors are doing. But I would also think you want to at least be paying attention to what they're doing. Because if they're doing something that's working, you want to make sure that you're doing it too. So, so you want to have those differentiating factors. You may have aspects of your marketing that are different than what they're doing, but you always want to keep what they're doing in mind. You want to be paying attention. You always want to have your finger on the pulse of your industry and especially your closest competitors. So for instance, in my Coke and Pepsi example, you know, I, a couple years ago was aware of a beverage company that was located in Bloomfield and was growing their business. And I'm sure that at the time, neither Coke nor Pepsi was paying any attention to them whatsoever. But if their business had grown to a sufficient size, and they did have a unique, actually they've gone out of business, so I can mention it. Unfortunately, they went out of business, but their products all had ginger in them, and that was kind of that was their differentiating factor. That's what they were all about. Were different beverages with ginger in them, and other fruit flavors and stuff. But if they had grown to sufficient size, I'm quite sure that Coke and Pepsi would have started to take notice. Coke and Pepsi would have considered whether or not they're an acquisition target. Coke and Pepsi would have started to wonder, like, oh, they're really onto something. Should we start our own ginger flavored beverage line?
Right.
So being different is good. Paying attention to what else is going on is also important. Does that make sense?
Yes. And are you going to also talk about pricing, like pricing strategies in today's class?
I'm not really going to delve into pricing strategy because you all have such different businesses that I suspect that your pricing strategies will be so different that I was concerned that it wouldn't be meaningful. And we have so much to cover that's specific to marketing that it's not something that that I was going to.
Maybe I'll ask you that. I'll just like form a question about the pricing strategy and just ask you maybe after class or email you.
That would be fine.
Okay, thank you.
Certainly.
Karen, I have a question for Priscilla.
Sure.
Is there a class related to like proposal writing and like these government bids? Because there's so much that goes into it, and pricing is one aspect of it as well. So, I mean, does SBDC offer something like that? Because there are so many components to it, and we always struggle. Priscilla?
Oh, she may have stepped away. I don't recall if there's specifically a proposal writing class, but I would certainly look on the SBDC website, but I don't recall seeing one. But we can follow up with Priscilla on that a little bit later.
Sure. Yes.
Any other questions? Okay, so thinking about our market research into our industry, a couple of things that I think are very important to keep in mind. Your place in the market and understanding the competitive landscape. So, you know, when we think about the beverage market, which is, you know, it's a good example. That's why I tend to start with Coke and Pepsi. When we think about when we think about the beverage market, Coke and Pepsi are indisputably the industry leaders, and they're neck and neck. They're always trying to eke out another tiny fraction of market share. But then there are smaller beverage companies, regional beverage companies, and many of them, the way the beverage industry is, many of them do get ultimately acquired by Coke or Pepsi. But the point I want to make here is that your place in the market will help define who your ideal customers are. Your place in the market will also help define your relationship with your customers, and your place in the market will define your relationship with your competitors. So Coke and Pepsi have a distinct relationship with each other. Any smaller beverage companies that develop are at best tertiary to them. And as they grow, you know, they may aspire to be the next Coke or Pepsi, but it's tough to get into that tier. What your relationship is with your customers is in part defined by your place in the market, and who your ideal customers are. I mean, Coke and Pepsi probably think that everyone worldwide is a customer. That's not necessarily going to be the case for each of you. So when you think about the competitive landscape and you think about your place in the market, size is an important consideration. I also think it's important to think about where you are in terms of levels of the market. And so you see there on the slide, I have examples of a luxury retailer, Neiman Marcus, a mid-market seller, Macy's, and what I call Bargain Hunter's Paradise, one of my favorites, Marshall's. There are customers for each of those, and they sell similar products. I can go and buy a lovely dress at any of those, but the way The relationship that I have with Neiman Marcus is to basically like walk in, look around, decide everything's too expensive or too trendy or both, and walk out. Macy's, I know that I can always get good quality. I can always get straightforward things that are mid-price, good quality. And then Marshall's, I know, can be hit or miss. I might walk in and spend time there and never find anything that I want, or say, woohoo, it's last year's style, but it's classic enough that it works for me and the price is right. So you see that the way each of those businesses has, the kind of relationship that each of those businesses has with their customers and that their customers have with them is different because of their place in the market and who they're marketing to. I am almost never going to get, I probably will never in my lifetime get any marketing directed at me from Neiman Marcus. I'm not their shopper.
We lost you,
Karen, I think there's I just got back. I think there's a lag with the internet
that they have is different.
Hi, Karen. We can't hear you. We're losing you.
Yeah,
Okay.
I lost you for a little bit. And I wanted to ask you about Neiman Marcus too, Miss Karen. I wanted to ask you, are you aware that they filed for bankruptcy as a result of the pandemic?
I did just read that they filed for bankruptcy. I'm going to, give me 1 minute.
Yeah, it was like, I mean, I'm trying to find out more information as to what happened and what could have caused them to file for bankruptcy, because 𝐍.Crew also filed for bankruptcy, and 𝐍.Crew is one of my favorite retail stores. So I was really sad to see that news, but I would want to know, like, what measures could be taken before a company, to prevent a company from even having to file for bankruptcy, because that's not a good thing.
No, it's certainly not a good thing. If you can all give me 1 minute, I'm going to switch my connection from my home Wi-Fi. I'm gonna set up a hotspot on my phone and run this from that, and that way I am not fighting for bandwidth, and you should be able to hear me better. So give me 1 minute.
While Karen is doing that, I had stepped away. I think my daughter had told me that you guys were trying to ask something. Did I miss a question?
Yes, Priscilla, this is Manmohan. I had asked a question to you.
Okay, well, what was that?
So the question was related to the proposal writing, RFP, procurement, and business development from like small business side going in onto the procurement aspect of the clients. So is there a class that SBDC offers, because there are so many different aspects of it that we're not aware, or we might not, I mean, by the time we keep doing it or try to learn on our own or do it, you know, we're going to miss out on a lot of business opportunities and not get to that perfection, or at least have a framework that we should approach. So is there something
as of now, yeah, as of now, there's no class. However, if I'm not mistaken, we just signed on a new consultant that can assist businesses with their RFPs. I think she starts, if she's not already, probably if not in June, in July. But for now, yes, there is no class to do the RFPs. Maybe that's something that we can suggest to Dr. Ndor in the future, that there's a demand for it. Usually she has to see a demand for it before she develops a curriculum.
Right, because we can't do anything, and every business is going to have to go through that RFP process if they're going for government contracting or like state, local, or whatever, right? Everybody now asks for that channel. and
Yeah,
we
but
won't be able to.
unfortunately, Madam, I'm so sorry, but that is so extensive. I was gonna say that's so extensive. As you were saying that, have you ever attended our Winning Public Contracts workshop?
They mostly talk about the certifications. I already have the certifications.
Mm, Monica does RFPs, so because I've been in the full day workshop, and the first half of it deals with the certification. Yes, the second half of that workshop deals with, finding the forecast. She talks a little bit about RFPs, how to market and whatnot. But I think this is so extensive at this time, and especially with what's going on, the budget in place for SBDCs is limited in such a way that we have to pick a lot of the topics that most businesses need help with. And then you have consultants that do have the expertise to do those, that you can engage outside of the SBDC. So like I said, we do have a consultant with expertise in that maybe you can probably, do a request for counseling and meet with her and see, what recommendations or how she can help you get started. But I do know anything more advanced than that, you may have to engage in that, outside of the SBDC.
Correct. I mean, that would be great. But at the same time, when you have like a class like this, right, it's a lot more structured. It covers like most of the aspects of what goes on. And then the one-on-one individual counseling session is where, you're asking specifics about, okay, I've gone through this, I've read through this, I've done my research. Now let's get to a specific area where I might have questions. The counseling might help that. But if we just directly dive into counseling, we don't know the full picture, how to tackle things and how to structure things. Once she does that, like whoever is putting it together, then, that could be translated and spread around with like so many people who might need that help. And then the counseling session could be a little bit more productive, right?
Yeah, I mean that's all for that's good, and yes, it can be done that way. However, like I said, it depends on the demand, where the SBDC office is, what the budget is, who is it. It's so much. We're in a workshop right now with 11 participants, and I'm sure if I do a poll right now, we're not going to even get 25% of the people here that are at the stage for RFP. So for us to really have that set up, have a workshop for that, I get your point, and it's valid, and that's something that we can look into. But for now, at least with our center, the best thing that we can do for now, because of the people that need it, which has worked in the past, is that if you're already at that stage, you just, for now, we'll just have to meet with a counselor, and they may have to do it. It's not ideal, but it may have to be done that way until there's a demand for it, or a curriculum or something in place that we can do a class or have something structured. And then after that, we say, okay, go more in depth with the counselor.
Correct. So the SBDC and SBA would have like at least the registry of all New Jersey businesses, maybe focusing, sending it out as a survey, and then take a poll and see like if there is a need, and you will know directly with that, right?
I agree with Manmahan.
That's something that we can do. I always take the recommendations or the suggestions, from individuals, and I always pass it on to the directors. So
right.
Sometimes now that's above me, but what you're saying, I'm all for it. It's something that would suggest. SBDC doesn't have all the names of the businesses, but SBA sure does. So yes,
Correct.
That's something that they possibly can do, and send out a survey and see if there's a need for that, and try to develop something for small businesses.
Correct, because we're struggling for like the last 2-3 years in that RFP process, and we can't decipher. So basically, even if we start the business, and we don't have like enough resources, right, as a small business, now we're coming back to LBDC, and this is where we are facing that issue. So the best thing would be to have like a big enough sample while we're surveying, and then you can take a cue from there, and you will see, I mean, a lot of businesses are going to need that.
Okay. Suggestion taken.
Yep.
I'll follow up with you, but
Yep.
in the meantime too, I'll see if there's someone else at our center that can help you. I know we have counselors with extensive background in RFPs that maybe, you know, you should be meeting one-on-one with, and while we're trying to attempt to do what you're suggesting.
Yep, appreciate it. Thanks, Priscilla.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so hopefully you can all hear me better. I'm now running off of my hotspot, so I'm not fighting for bandwidth with my 3 teenagers and my husband. So is this better?
Much better.
Yeah.
All right, good. So I guess I'm just going to take a step back and talk more about competitive landscape and try to address the questions from earlier. So the part that may have been missed or garbled or omitted was about, I was talking about thinking about your place in the competitive landscape, luxury retailer, mid-market, bargain hunter's paradise, as I call Marshall's. Each of those stores has a very different relationship with its customers from others. Each of the customers that those stores have different relationships with the store. Neiman Marcus, you know, I have never bought anything at Neiman Marcus. It's not my price range. It's generally very trendy. It's just not my thing. Yes, they filed for bankruptcy just recently. I've been using them as an example for a long time, so I decided to leave them in. But and even while a company is in bankruptcy, even after they've filed for bankruptcy, they can continue to operate. Depending on what kind of filing they did. There are a couple of different types of approaches to bankruptcy, but you know, in terms of mitigating something like that, other than epidemiologists and pandemic experts, most of us could not have possibly predicted COVID-19 and the deep and serious impact that it is having on the competitive landscape for, I think it's possible to say, for every business nationwide. Everybody's coming up with a new approach to what they're doing and how their business is being impacted by the pandemic and how they're responding to that. As for Neiman Marcus in particular and any other, you know, high-end retailer, their customers are probably best able to hunker down and not worry about finances and not worry about their ability to buy what they need and not concerned about not buying the things that they want, and they can just wait this out. I suspect that Neiman Marcus thought about the horizon in terms of where their stores are strongest, which are probably in major metropolitan areas that are being hit very hard. Probably, you know, New York, Chicago, LA, Miami. And so those locations are probably going to be slower to reopen, and especially slower to reopen for retail and retail specifically for non-essential buying. And even once those areas open for non-essential retail stores, who knows if those customers are going to say, woohoo, I've got pent-up demand and I'm, you know, dying to go out and buy some new dress or some new, you know, fashion accessory or something. So Neiman Marcus probably looked at the expected future impact of COVID-19 and said, this isn't looking good. I don't think we're going to be open anytime soon. I don't think our customers are necessarily as interested in internet shopping, and convincing them to internet shop for luxury goods is probably harder than trying to internet shop for, you know, a new t-shirt or
commodities.
Right, because they want to see it and touch it and feel it, and they want that shopping experience of walking into a store and having salespeople assist them and stuff. And so you're not going to get that from internet shopping. And so so they probably said, you know what, and those shoppers, like I said, they're probably not going to be in a hurry, even once our governors say that that these metropolitan areas and these states are open for business and retailers can reopen. Those shoppers are probably going to say, yeah, that's nice, but I'm not in a hurry to go shopping. And so I'm just going to stay here at home and find other things to do with my time. So, but I'm not a Neiman Marcus shopper. I can tell you that I have a friend who works for Macy's and said that Macy's here in New Jersey is hoping to open in about a month or so, which really surprised me. She said Macy's right now is open for online, that they're, you know, selling online, but they actually are calling back some employees, not many, but some employees, as they think about reopening in a month and what they have to do to get the stores ready. Because you can imagine that when everything shut down in early March, and here we are early May, the merchandise needs to be completely completely changed. You know, you need to take all that winter stuff and all that early spring stuff and put out, you know, spring, summer merchandise and stuff. So they have a lot to do to get ready. So she's actually very busy working towards that, and she has mixed feelings about it and stuff. So
can you imagine?
Yeah. But you can see how, you know, each store takes a different approach. So Neiman Marcus filed for bankruptcy. Macy's is saying, okay, we need to get ready. And she made it sound like they're a little vague on the time horizon, but they're thinking about a month. I don't know what Marshall's is doing or not doing. They may be saying, woohoo, all that merchandise that didn't sell in March and April will be our merchandise next March and April. I don't know, I'm guessing.
Yeah, that would be smart.
That would be very smart. That would be awesome for people like me who love a good bargain and are happy to wear last year's. Or actually, I shouldn't say that I'm happy to wear last year's style. I should say that my style tends to be fairly classic and long-term. Like I'm never going to be wearing the trendiest styles. So I'm looking for something that's a little more timeless. So I'm happy to buy it at Marshall's. But anyway, so you can, I'm hoping that this illustrates the competitive landscape and how it affects your relationship with your customers, their relationship with you, who your customers are, and your relationship with your competitors. Does that make sense?
Yes, makes sense. Thank you.
Yes, you're very welcome. Very welcome. So, all right, I want to do one more slide. And then, there we go. So as you're researching your industry, you want to assess your market and you want to be familiar with industry trends as well as market trends. You know, an industry may be taking something in a certain direction, like being able to be in your car and tell your Wi-Fi connected bathtub to run you a bath, but that doesn't mean the market trend is going to be on board with that. The market may say, yeah, that's nice, but no. So I don't know if that's going to happen with bathtubs. I can tell you that a while back, I was 2 years ago, my husband and I were remodeling our kitchen. And so I was in the market for lots of new appliances. And I saw an ad for a Wi-Fi connected refrigerator that had a camera in it. And so if I'm at the grocery store and I need to know if we need more ketchup, I can, from my smartphone, access my refrigerator's camera and look in the refrigerator and see if we have ketchup and decide whether or not I need to buy more ketchup while I'm at the grocery store. So I saw this ad on Facebook and I commented on the ad because the ad showed this beautiful, gleaming, brand spanking new refrigerator with like 3 items in it. And I commented on the ad saying, until your refrigerator also has a mechanical arm in it that can move the pickles, the mustard, the leftovers, the yogurt, you know, whatever, you know, the peanut butter and jelly and whatever else I have in my refrigerator, to get to where the camera can see the ketchup, I'm not going to need a Wi-Fi enabled camera in my refrigerator. Thanks, but no thanks. So industry trends are important, but market trends are also important. And so an industry may be trying to take something one direction and the market may or may not respond to that. They may love it. We may have lots of people who love the idea of a camera in their refrigerator or a bathtub that they can start, you know, from their car, from their smartphone. I don't know, but you're going to need to again, have your pulse on, have your finger on the pulse of your industry and know what those trends are. You're also going to want to think about what's a trend and what's a fad. There's a big difference. A fad comes and goes, and by the time you jump on the bandwagon, you might be too late. For any of you who might have children and remember Silly Bands or Rainbow Loom, those were both fads that came and were so hot and our kids wanted them and we paid ridiculous prices for them, and it's over. It's gone. It's done. And a couple companies probably made a lot of money off of each of those for a while, and they were wildly successful, and then boom, they're gone. They were fads. A trend is something that's longer term and has more legs to it. It's going to last for a while, may even develop into something classic. An example of a trend is mid-century modern. I'm sure many of you have bought furniture or home furnishings of any kind in the past 5 years, maybe even longer. Mid-century modern, mid-century modern, mid-century modern, very, very popular, very, very successful. People love it. Not my taste, but people love it, and it's lasted a good long while. It wasn't a flash in the pan kind of thing. So I think that given where we are at this very moment, I think it's worth asking the question of what trends will the pandemic itself give rise to. I think we can see that working from home went from being an overnight necessity to being something that we've kind of gotten more comfortable with. And the question is, when our states and offices and stores reopen, will there be a higher percentage of people who work from home? Will this be a short-term thing or will this be a longer-term thing? Same thing with online classes. Everybody, again, it was a necessity because of the pandemic. It was something that was offered before the pandemic selectively, but became an overnight necessity because of the pandemic. We've settled in, things have become more comfortable. There are colleges and universities that are saying that their fall semester is going to be online or mostly online. Will this become a trend, or is this simply a response to the pandemic, or is this a longer term trend? And then of course, Zoom meetings, which have made work from home, have allowed us to maintain productivity despite the pandemic and the need to stay home. Is this a trend that will continue? I think Zoom has been a company that has really been a success story in response to the pandemic, because they've been very responsive. And as Priscilla mentioned, just this week, they rolled out a newer version. I'm sure that they are responding to customers' needs and wants in terms of how people are using the platform. They've had to ramp up their scope and their abilities, and have really handled it well. So that is everything I wanted to cover specifically on industry research. And so we are, we are 2 hours into this class. I'm happy to answer whatever additional questions we have right now. I'm also thinking that maybe we should take a short break, and I was going to give you some time to dig into some of those library links and some of those materials, and start to do some of your own industry research and start to dive into what's available. So, so of those three things, first off, any additional questions right now?
I do have questions. Speaking of personal industry, can you help me research my own industry? How, and if we can go back to the previous slides, like on the library resources that you just mentioned, I would like to get a sense of a business plan that is pertinent to my own specific business that I wish to launch.
Right. So I think that I think you'll have to start with general, like, food service, Ibrahim.
Yes.
I think then you'll have to kind of dig deeper and see if I would imagine that you would. I suspect the closest you're going to be able to get is a butcher shop. I don't know if you'll be able to get so specific to think about to get information specifically on halal butcher shops. So I would follow that path and look there, and I can do some looking on my own and send you, email you some links separately on what I find.
Okay, that works. Thanks.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
And actually, I have a business example later that when we talk about, right? Yes, I have an industry example. So we're gonna do a combination of taking a break and letting you do a little bit of market research on your own, and then we're gonna turn our attention to researching your customers specifically, not just your industry. And I have an example that parallels your business, and I'll explain why when we get into that.
And Karen, would that research or would that example cover B2C and B2B? Because some businesses are strictly B2B, right?
Yes. So my materials talk about the slide itself is very B2C, but I was thinking about you when I was preparing these materials, and so I will address B2B a bit more. I'll tailor part of the conversation to B2B.
Thank you.
Okay, so it is 11 o'clock, 11:04. So what I'd like to do is let's take from now until 11:30. And what I'd like you to do with that time is a combination of, stretch, get a cup of coffee, or a bite to eat or something. But also don't use a little bit of your time for that, but also use some of the time to go back to go into the Rutgers library materials, and maybe start looking up a snapshot on your industry, or use SBDC, what was it? Wait, let me find the right acronym.
SBDC.net.
Yes, the SBDC.net and Jersey Clicks to do some industry research. I'd love to hear some of the things that, when we come back, here's some of the things that you learned that surprised you, or were, I don't know, something interesting that each of you learn about your industry. So take a look, and we'll restart at about 11:30 if that makes sense to everyone.
Sure.
Okay?
Okay.
Also, there's still a survey on Google Classroom that you guys were to look at. Some people have filled it out. Thank you for the others. It will help you in putting together your marketing plan. So when you get a chance, just take a look at it. Some of the answers you can choose to fill it in while we're going through today's content.
Okay, great. So yeah, we'll restart at 11:30. So take a break and start, and then come back and start doing some research. Thanks, everyone.
All right. We'll mute ourselves while we work. Okay. See you at 11:30.
So it is just past 11:30, and I just want to check in with everybody. And I did step away for a little while, so if there were any questions that anyone had for me, I heard that there was some good conversation going on, and Priscilla, as always, is being incredibly helpful in getting everybody set up on webinars. And obviously, SBDC classes have all been turned into webinars for obvious reasons. So, but if there were any questions anyone had for me that I missed, I'd be happy to address them now.
So I'm having an issue with the 𝐬𝐨𝐬𝐿. I can't access anything without a library card on 𝐬𝐨𝐬𝐿.
Right, I saw that you said that in the chat, and I'm kind of surprised because yesterday when I was working on incorporating some of these databases, the information from some of these databases and getting set up with examples and everything, I was in there and I had my library card because Priscilla had told me that, you know, you need that for some of them, and I never was asked to enter it any place.
Yeah,
so,
sometimes it depends on the article or the source.
But
Well,
like,
this just to click on any of the categories. Like as soon as I clicked on any of the categories, it just brought me to a login screen where I needed to enter the library card. So it was, I didn't even get as far as articles.
did you go through the Rutgers library site like I had done earlier?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow, because that's how I did it yesterday. So I actually wrote detailed instructions for myself so that I made sure I did the same thing today. And I never hit any kind of login paywall kind of thing. So
Yeah, I have. Yeah, I have too. That's why I did mention earlier before that some of those resources is going to require. It's not going to charge you because the New Jersey library, and if you go on the website, they even say that. They said that, you know, not funding, because people are worried. Funding, they're saying funding is in place at least until the end of 2020. So at least I know that. But they pay for it for New Jersey residents, but to avoid people from other states accessing it, they require you to have a library card. And just like you said, some libraries require for you to show them a some document showing a utility bill or something showing that you live there. So that kind of validates that you are a New Jersey resident. So the library kind of pretty much vetted you and gave you a card, and now from that card you can access. I mean, for those that don't, I don't know how. Now, I know mine is programmed in there.
You might be able to contact your local library and see if there's a way that, even though they can't issue you, or they might not be able to issue a physical card, they might be able to at least register you as a library patron so that you can get the number from the card, you know, the card that you would otherwise get. I would contact your local library. Librarians are amazing people who know lots of different things, and they might very well have a workaround. Libraries are tremendous community resources, and resourceful people work there. So I would definitely contact them and see what they have to say about offering you, and explain to them, I realize that I can't go physically to the library, but I would like to access library resources and need that number, and see what they can do for you.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm in New York, so I'm probably just not gonna be able to access it.
Ah, that might be another thing too. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. And like we said, this workshop normally happens at SBDC, or sometime at Seton Hall. And I think if it's a setup, I don't know if it's based on the IP address or whatever it is, we're able to log right in. So even then, we don't get the paywall. So maybe it could be, maybe it's if anyone else can try Jersey Clicks and see if they get in without it, maybe you can get into it if the computer detects that you're on New Jersey IP. I don't know what the system is, but I know I've tried it before, and it had asked me for my library card at one time. But like Karen says, sometimes when I use it, I don't remember it asking me again for it. I just logged right into it. But I do know at the beginning of every presentation, the librarian always says, all these resources are good, they're free, all it needs is one thing. And he makes a joke, your firstborn, and then he's like, nah, a library card. So I do remember that. He always says you need a library card to access it. So if you can't get one, or you have a family member or a friend or someone that still has an active library card, you can just ask them to use that number.
Okay. Thank you.
And see if that works. And now that we're doing this online, I'm glad that came up, because then that might be something I need to bring up to our director. Like, how do we have the participants if they don't have a library card? Because that problem was solved because we were in class. But if they don't have one, how do they access the resource online? Or maybe that's a requirement we need to make to tell everyone beforehand. But if COVID goes on any longer, how do you get to the library to get the card? Yeah.
I know that my public library is still active, but just like businesses, pivoting to be active in a different way, and is providing programming that they would ordinarily provide in person at the library is now provided online. And so they are, I know that, like I said, my local library is absolutely trying to find new ways to bring that sense of community, provide access to information and access to resources in a pandemic inflicted world. So I suspect that your local libraries are as well. And so I would at least reach out to, I mean, you're in New York, so that makes it more complicated, but reach out to local libraries to see. And who knows, Valerie, maybe even a New York library can say, oh, we have access to that too, and tell you how to gain access to it. It's
right.
worth contacting them.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Valerie, the business source elite, how are we trying to access? Like, I'm on Jersey Clicks, but can't see the business source elite.
She showed you when you click on the Jersey Clicks page, you go down, and it's listed there where you click on it. There's a list just like halfway down the page. When you initially first click on Jersey Clicks, then it opens up.
Yeah, I'm on njstatelib.org.
Let me try to get to it. Let's see, back to here, week 2. All right, so I click on the guide. It opens up.
Can you put the link in the chat?
Sure. All right, here comes the link. So that will take you to the Rutgers Business Plan Guide. When you click on Industry Analysis, and then right under Jersey clicks, there's the Business Source Elite.
So I went to that business plans link that you sent, and now industry analysis
Mm-hmm.
and business source elite. Okay, that's the first one. Yeah.
Yep. And then you come down, when you
No,
get to that page, you come down the page, it has the business source, where you can search business source elite. It'll open up a search where you can search using, you put your keywords in and you can search, you can limit the search by the published dates,
yeah.
the type of publication.
Yeah, when I click that business source elite, I go right onto a New Jersey State Library page, and then I see Jersey Clicks, expanded database offering, all that stuff.
Yeah, did you come down the middle of the page where it says business source elite?
I mean, that I clicked, and it gives me an option to search something.
Yes. Ibisco host.
Ebisco host, yes.
Yes.
EBSCO host, yeah.
Yes, that's where it is. So you enter, the keywords, as I think Karen did it earlier. She typed in plumbing industry, and then she further try to control what the results she's going to get by limiting the published dates to, the last year. And publication type, I think she left as all.
Right. No,
Yeah.
I'm getting the search results. I mean, I got like 44,000 without changing any date or anything. I just put plumbing industry, and I got the full results. So.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely limit the dates, because that was what I did at first. And that was when I realized that I had stuff from, 2004. And I thought, okay, well, that's not nearly as helpful as something more current. So you'll have to play with it and put in some different parameters and
Different keywords to target down.
No, I get it. But the thing is, I didn't need a library card, and I'm sitting in New Jersey, so I'm sitting.
So then probably that's what it is. Maybe that's what it is.
geography.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
know where
might
we
be
are.
restricting it they might be restricting it by the gateway port that goes outside the state, so they know if any connections are coming from outside the state, they might restrict it.
Correct.
Right. Our devices all know where we are.
Yep.
They're watching us.
Great. So I hope this has given you all a good break, an opportunity to stretch and move a little bit, and maybe get another cup of tea or your beverage of choice. But we do have a fair amount of additional material that we need to cover. So again, if there are any other questions, feel free to put them in the chat or send Priscilla and I an email. You know that we'll both do our best to answer all your questions. The access thing is something you'll have to work on, but unless there are any objections, I kind of am eager to move on so that we make sure that we cover everything that we need to cover today.
Okay.
Okay, good. So I'm going to go back to sharing my screen, and I'm going to, oops, there we go. I'm going to share my screen, and I'm going to go back to showing you a couple of additional databases and some of the things that you can find in them. Yes, share that. Okay, so you should hopefully see my screen now and see the Rutgers University Library again. I'm now on a different tab, the competitive landscape, which was a tab I probably should have mentioned earlier. There are some materials here that are, that might be interesting to you as you try to research your industry. There are government resources like census data over here. There's some business pattern data and stuff. I'm not going to look into those, but I did want to at least mention them to you. What I really want to do is go into the market analysis tab, because I want to show you two databases in here that I actually thought were really fascinating, and I could have actually, geek that I am, spent a lot of time looking at all different kinds of information, because we're going to turn our attention now to market. We're still in market analysis, which is section 2 of your business plan. We're going to turn our attention to doing market research on who your customers might be. So we are going to go into Policy Map and Zoom, which are two databases that we can access here. And again, oh, no, wait a minute. Hold on, that did not work the way I wanted it to. Go back here. I know I found it yesterday. Okay, that's not. Let's see if I take. Yeah, I remember there. Okay, right. So Rutgers link is not working, but it's policymap.com, and PolicyMap has lots of data. So I just went to the open map, which you can see there. It says it's the public edition. So I was just able to get some free information. Free is good. And it's literally going to bring up a map. And it brings up a map of the United States. And I decided, how did I go? Oh, I know what I did. I said, let's take a look at demographics. Depending on what kind of business you have, you might be interested in specific. Oh, you know what? No, before I even get into demographics, I know what I did. I went up here and I said, this is the Rutgers-Newark SBDC. So we're dealing with Essex County. So instead of looking at the country as a whole, I want to look at Essex County. So there we have a lovely map with the orange outline for Essex County. And then I said, because I'm figuring that each of your businesses will be in Essex County, so that's kind of the neighborhood that we are most interested in. And then I said, all right, I need an example. What's a good example? So let's suppose you are starting a business that is, for some reason, specifically targeted at people over the age of 65. Maybe it's something for retired people, or home health aid, or I don't know, or maybe it's some sort of leisure activity or something that is particularly enjoyed by people over the age of 65. So we went to demographics, and you see that there are a number of different demographics that you can use to look at the data for the Essex County, because we've already selected that geographic area. And so, oops. And so I said, all right, show me demographics, show me specifically age, and show me 65 or older. And ta-da, here we have, again, our orange outline of Essex County. And hopefully you can see the key on the left that shows the percentage of people and their who are 65 or over. And this is based on public data. I suspect that this is based on a combination of census and other state, county, local data that shows the percentage of people who are 65 and over in the various areas of Essex County and the surrounding area. So I thought it was interesting the way, if you look at this, the darker the shade of purple, the higher the percentage of people 65 and over are in that area. And so as you go from right to left, the shades of purple go from lighter to darker. So the further north and west you go from New York City, or from, even out from Newark, you see that the age spread, it gets distinctively older. I thought that was an interesting observation. I had not really thought too much about that and why that might be, but you can see that you can learn a lot from this. And you could certainly put in a smaller geographic area if that's something that interests you. You could put in a larger geographic area, depending on what you're selling and who you're selling to. But
and you can zoom in as well. Like you can literally go street by street if you like.
Yeah, so you can, oh, no, I went the wrong way. So that was zooming out. I should have zoomed in. So, so this gives you an even better sense. And so, yeah, here you can see a great amount of detail. Interesting. So I live in this general area, which seems to have hardly anybody over the age of less than 10% people who are over the age of 65. Is probably because they can't afford the property taxes that are choking us. But yeah, you can see. So yeah, if you have a brick and mortar location, then absolutely, you're gonna want to take a look at data like this. You can look. So I chose age because I just needed an example to show all of you. And I thought that would be, straightforward enough, but you can look by education level, you can look by income level, you can look by ethnicity, you can look by, so you see all these tabs, and even each tab has a lot of information. So demographics, you can look at population density, race, ethnicity, diversity, age, sex, people with disabilities, veterans, language, foreign-born, immigrants, migration, homelessness, and then household information, family information. You can look at income and spending. You can look at, the other one I thought of using as an example was education level. You can look at school district information. You can look at higher education. You can even look at student loan debt. If I was starting a home health aid business, I might look at health data. Chronic conditions, infectious diseases, cancer, perceived health status, life expectancy. So there's just quality of life. I don't even remember what's in here. Oh, quality of life, criminal justice, computer and internet access, transportation. There's just, you could spend hours poking around here and you could probably learn a lot about the particular geographic area, no matter how tightly or broadly you define that. You can learn a lot about the people in your neighborhood, the people in the geographic area you're looking at. So really, really cool stuff. Lots of great maps, and so I encourage you to take a look there and see what you can glean, and think about how it informs you about your potential customers. See how it informs you about where you might want to put your brick and mortar location. See how think about how it informs you and helps you formulate where your target geographic area is for your product or service. So I think that's pretty cool. There's another one that I also, I don't know if I should go into it, but, well, anyway, so Zoom Prospector is a similar site, and this one, it has similar information. Oh, that's right. This is the one with layers. So I went into, I'm trying to remember what I did here. So I'm sure I went into New Jersey. Oh, maybe I went into county. And then, oh, this was the one where I was just curious and went into transportation. Thinking about, again, if you have a brick and mortar location, you want to know what transportation people have available. Oh, you know what I did? I did a couple things in here. This one, as you can see, I did not find quite as user-friendly. So when I first got here,
You did nationwide.
What?
You selected nationwide instead of New Jersey.
That's okay. Yeah, that's okay. Because I'm going to say, show me transportation where people have more than, because this was the very first thing I did. I was like 50%. I didn't even know what I was doing. And so I selected that and, oh, select an option. That's right. I had to select, I think I said, this is what it was. Public transportation excluding taxis. And I said more than 50. And there were only 4 results. And given that we are still part of the New York metro area, the right place for your business is, look at that. It says that 4 of the 5 boroughs of New York City are places where they have the most public transportation. So I thought that was not surprised. Once I did that, I was like, oh, okay. A lot of public transportation. So if I'm expecting people to come to my brick and mortar location via public transportation, then yes, I need to be someplace with dense public transportation. Of course, here we are in New Jersey where so many of us are dependent on our vehicles. That's a different story. So another thing that I did was I said, show me New Jersey. And then I was still in transportation, but I wasn't looking for public transportation. So I took this off. I think I just said transportation, show me, I think I just said trains. Oh, maybe I just said public transportation again. Oh, enter percentage. Well, I'm going to put 10 to keep it low. This site, I did not find, as you can tell, I did not find quite as user-friendly as Policy Map. But you can poke around in here, and again, there's good demographic information. And so you can, I'm sure you can glean information from this as well. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this because I am going to, so I'm actually going to stop sharing so I can go back to my slides. So I'm going to share again. I'm getting so much better at this. And share that. Okay, so here we are back to the slides. You all see the slides again?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So Policy Map and Zoom Prospector are both options for doing some market research on who your customers may be or where you can find them. I think Policy Map is better at, let's say you have a target geographic area in mind and you want to learn about the people there, whereas Zoom Prospector might be better at saying, where would I find these people, and showing you. So 2 different directions to get to the same information, if that makes sense. That's how I think of those 2. So when you are researching who your customers are, when you are thinking about defining who your ideal customer is, there are a number of things you want to think about. You want to think about their age range, their income level, their education level. You want to think about where they live, work, and play. You want to think about whether or not your business is one that provides them with products and services locally or regionally, nationally, or even internationally. Depending on what your product or service is, you might want to think about their gender or their ethnicity or their religion. Ibrahim is going to have a halal market, so certainly ethnicity and or religion are going to, certainly religion, is going to help him think about where he wants to put his location. In terms of so that's all very B2C, business to consumer, right? You want to think about when you define your ideal customer, you're defining people, groups of people. If your business is B2B, you still want to think about similar things, but now you're thinking about businesses. So instead of what I have listed here, you want to think about things like, how big a company is it? How many employees do they have? How technologically savvy are they? I mean, I know an older attorney who has a very small staff, and they run everything off of laptops with, you know, a wireless router, and they don't need IT. But a big law firm needs a lot more IT. They need file sharing, and they just need a lot more technology. So you want to think about the size of the business in terms of their ability, in terms of their ability to afford the service. You want to think about the size of the business in terms of the number of people and whether or not they've grown to the point where they need an outside IT person or group of people. You want to think about whether or not they're using, like we were talking earlier about CRM and other software that you might help them implement, whether or not that's a good fit. In the example of the nonprofit where it's just me and the man I work for and his CFO, you know, we do everything by email. There's no need for IT. But, you know, in working for the SBDC, there's a very sophisticated CRM system, and there's outside IT people. And so you want to think about what are the defining characteristics that make a particular business the right customer for you. So size, ability to afford it, need for your product or service. Still want to think about geography, because you may or may not want to serve a business in Iowa or California. You may say, you know what, we want all our customers to be within a 4-hour driving distance, so that if we need to be on site, we don't have to hop on a plane. So you may think about that. You may also think about how tech savvy they already are. There may be tech savvy firms that it's like, okay, they're not my target customer, and other firms that really need to get out of the dinosaur age and move into the 21st century, in which case there's a lot that they need technologically, and you can really roll up your sleeves and offer them a lot of different products and services. So for B2B, you still want to do research to identify your target market and define who your ideal customers are. You're just looking for different parameters. I hope that helps, Mahmood.
Yes, I mean, Manmohan, yes.
Mamahan, I'm sorry, my apologies, Mamahan.
No. Yeah, good. So yeah, I mean, I just had to come up with those identifiers, and then you know, put them, because you know, I will know based on my business and what I want to target, and then even though if I come up with a list of it, you know, they might not apply to the businesses that I'm targeting, which in that case, yeah, I mean, those markers I will have to find out.
Mm-hmm. And you'll find that as your business goes forward, you may say, you know what, it is not worth our time to go after businesses that generally have less than X number of employees, because they're just not big enough to be a good fit for what you're offering. Or you may say, given the size of our firm, it's not helpful to go after businesses with more than X, because they're being served by even bigger firms, and they require too much of our internal resources, our time and effort, that takes us away from other clients, and we have to balance that. And so you'll develop, you know, what those parameters are. But, you know, so I created this slide and was thinking about identifying your target market very much with the business to consumer business in mind, but I think you see how, you know, you apply that to the B2B world.
Correct.
I also just want to share a couple of other thoughts. You know, when you're thinking about who your customer is, everyone is not an acceptable answer. there's almost no product or service that is suitable for everyone. You really want to define them well. There are also a few special situations. I think I may have mentioned this last week. Sometimes the person you're marketing to is not necessarily the person who's the end user of the product or service. So a good example is parents buying for their children. Toys get marketed to children all the time, and children say, I want, but the parents are the ones who ultimately are doing the buying, or grandparents and friends and whatever. But the thing is that, you know, for parents and children, there are some products that are marketed squarely to parents, like diapers. And then there are some products that are marketed to children, but still need to appeal to a parent for a parent to be willing to buy. Similarly, adult children looking to buy products and services for their parents. Medical care can sometimes come under this. Another example is assisted living or nursing home care facilities. Even though it is the older adult who is going to be living there, it has to appeal to the adult child to say, yes, this is the right place for my parent to live the next several years of their life. So gifts also fall into this, pet products fall into this. So so some other things, you know, depending on your product or service, those are things to keep in mind. There's one other thing that I want to, one other example that I want to share with you specifically related to this. And that is, you know, when you're thinking about your business, you're often thinking about, how do I grow my target market? How do I grow my client base? Sometimes there are ways that you can grow your client base by actually scaling back. So this is often true if you're in a crowded market or a very broad market. An example that I like to use here is, I was working with a woman who was she wanted to provide a range of services to help stressed out women de-stress and take care of themselves. And it was going to be a combination of products like candles and oils, and as well as reading material, as well as physical, like yoga and Reiki and things of that nature. And so in that market, the trinity of touch points that's often used is mind, body, spirit, helping people with mind, body, and spirit, helping them renew their mind and their body and their spirit. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with mind, body, spirit, but it does get used a lot. And the market she was in with that group of products and services, number one, is pretty broad, and number two, especially here in northern New Jersey, it's pretty crowded. There are a lot of people offering a lot of different products and services, mostly to stressed out women. And especially now, I don't know any women that aren't stressed out. But the thing is that I was talking to her, and she said, you know, I want to express and I want to say mind, body, spirit, but I don't want to use the words mind, body, spirit. How do I get around this? Or how do I stand out and speak up? How do I get my target market to hear me? And she was really concerned about that. And we kept talking, and this was a business that she was starting even while she had a day job. And I said to her, what is your day job? Just out of curiosity. And she said, oh, I'm a special ed teacher. And I had this light bulb moment, and I said, you're a special ed teacher. I said, so being a parent is stressful, but being a parent of a special needs child, I can't even imagine how stressful that is. And you are a special ed teacher, so you understand better than most people how stressed out and how overwhelming it can be to have a special needs child. I said, what if you actually redefined your target market? Instead of saying my target market is all stressed out women over the age of like 25. I think she was targeting like 25 to 65, stressed out women 25 to 65, all of us. So I said, instead of having such a broad market, and instead of placing yourself in such a crowded market, the whole mind, body, spirit, wellness kind of thing, what if we scale that down? What if we redefine your target market as parents, and especially moms, of special needs children? And what if you tailor your written materials to the needs of parents of special needs children? And what if you draw on your understanding of how stressed out and how overwhelmed parents of special needs children are, and infuse that into your marketing and make that your target market? I mean, I can't even comprehend what it's like for a parent of a special needs child, but you as a special ed teacher, you do. You understand that. You come from a position where you instantly have credibility because you're working with their children. You understand the challenges that they face. You understand what they struggle with. So you instantly have credibility. You have direct access to people who are in your target market. You know what organizations they belong to. You know how to reach. You know where they seek help. You know where to go in order to connect with them. So by shrinking her market, drawing on her expertise, we actually redefined her market in a smaller way where she's more likely to have more effective penetration and reach more customers. It seems a little backwards because we shrunk her market, but at the same time, we increased her likelihood of connecting with the right people and penetrating the market. So depending on your product or service, there might be an opportunity to define it less broadly and yet be more effective. Does that make sense? Did I lose?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Mom Hand. So this brings us to the end of the second part. You remember we talked about your marketing plan having, what do we say, 6 sections? Yeah, 6 sections. So this brings us to the end of the market analysis section, and we're going to go on to section 3. So sections 2 and 3 are the biggest sections. So we're past market analysis, and we're going to move on to marketing strategy. But before we do that, any other questions about market analysis and all the different aspects of what you need to know and how you need to become an expert on your market?
So before we move on, can I ask you a question, Karen?
Yes, please.
So, I mean, and I'm drawing this from my own personal experience, right? So this question is related to that, and I'm having to face that directly, right? So I have like 20 years of technology experience, and I have worked in capital markets, meaning on Wall Street, for almost 15 years.
Okay.
So I have that financial services technology experience, right? I started as a general technologist initially, but then moved on to focus on the financial services industry, and that became my expertise over time. Now, with starting a business and then focusing on the federal, state, and local market, although there's always going to be a component of financial, but at the same time, the market itself, even though it's a technology market that I'm focusing, caters to a different type of clients. So how do I refocus, or how do I market so it becomes more relatable to the government side of the clientele?
so you want to translate your experience with financial technology into more general and government appealing technology. Is that right?
No. So technology is going to be common, right? I mean, you're developing applications, you're dealing with software, and these are everything that we deal in financial services is basically what everybody else works on, right? So the software and IT and all the pieces are same, right? But when a procurement manager or the IT person on the government side, you know, they're always saying, do you have experience working with the government? We can never prove that because, I mean, our backgrounds are coming from the corporate side, right? So then they will say, oh, the other company has experience delivering projects to the government clients. Even though everything that we do in IT doesn't matter if it's a government or a corporate client, the approach and technology and how we service is same. The client may have that preconceived notion that, hey, the company doesn't have a background, or the members or the management team doesn't have experience coming in from the government side. And that's why, you know, they might have a bias just to, while awarding the contract, give it to those people who do have it. And unless we have it, we're never going to get it with that mindset. And we'll never get it because they have that mindset.
Right, right. I don't have a clear answer for you. I think that if you were to, I mean, I think part of the pitch then is talking about is diminishing the relevance of the government specific experience. I think that part of the pitch should be talking about your expertise and years of experience. I think that if there were an opportunity to, or if you had experience working with, you know, maybe some sort of financial agency that parallels a government agency, or is, you know, provides some sort of like a bridge kind of experience to say, well, not directly with the government, but with this agency, that might help. But until you get your foot in the door, I don't have a good answer for you. It sounds like they're looking for something very specific. And part of the question is, how relevant is that, or is that just their perception that, oh, it has to be somebody who has that experience? You know,
So for example, like we're working on one of the RFPs that are like, you know, $1 million multi-year RFPs. Now they're asking, do you have you worked with the government? Show us the experience in that RFP. Like, so when we give them the proposal, and because it's for, like, let's say NYC school system or NYC something, they're saying, have you worked with the school system? And if you haven't, then, you know, you might still go and approach trying to respond to that RFP, but the chances are slim.
Right, right. Yeah, I don't have a good answer for you, because it sounds like they are really hung up on that very specific experience. I mean, even so, in your example of a school, even if you had worked for a public school, I mean, a private school rather, or a smaller school, or a college or university, or something that you could translate into, you know. I
mean, we have, like, as an individual, we have, right? Because we have come, I mean, we have enough experience that, you know, we have been exposed to, like, all these different government agencies, schools, and others. But they're saying, as a company, have you, right? And when you're a small business starting up, you never have, right? Because that's why you're new.
No, but if you as individuals have, I would absolutely put, you know, your name and the experience that you have and your leadership role in your new company, and absolutely leverage that. definitely.
Even if it is like far out, because 20 years, you know, that experience could lie in any like era of that 20 years, right? So you have
Right.
you can still highlight that, right? It doesn't have to be like recent.
Right.
Okay.
I wouldn't necessarily say what year it was, but I would absolutely use the experience to show that, you know, you have this experience and you are a leader in this company. You're one of the founders of this company. And so, and anyone else on your team who has that experience, so that even though your new business, the business doesn't have the experience, but that people who comprise that business, which I think is more important than the business itself,
Right.
you know, have that experience. So absolutely leverage that. I would not put when it was.
The thing is that they asked us to submit the resumes of the office holders that comprise the management committee, and they are the ones who are adding up to that experience. So if you submit that, even if you don't say that, they're going to know.
Yeah, but they might not go through it in that much detail until later. So I would absolutely leverage that.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Great. Any other questions? Okay, we are going to move on to the sales and marketing strategy, which is a little more fun, not so much research. All right, I need my slide to advance. There we go. All right, sales and marketing strategy. Strategies. This is part of the overall marketing strategy section, which will also be a large section of your marketing plan. So three key points here that I think are really important to keep in mind as you're developing your sales and marketing strategies. How you deliver your marketing message is as important as the message itself. You have to have the right message and you have to have the right method for delivering it. You have to, if you have the right message but the wrong platform, or the wrong message but the right platform, it's not necessarily going to work. So one of the examples I like to use here is grandparents connecting with their grandchildren. I don't know if you're aware, but fewer and fewer schools are requiring handwriting as a to be taught in school. And oops, did not want to do that. And so grandparents, in connecting with their grandchildren, if they are sending a card and they write a note in it in script, there are many kids today who cannot read that. Children today are taught how to write, you know, basic writing in early elementary school, and then they end up on keyboards. And because schools, all right, so I keep getting a message. Oh, is it something in the chat? Oh, okay. So, oh no. Hold on, I just inadvertently stopped sharing my screen. Let me go back to that. Share screen. Oh, I see what I did wrong. I'm sorry. Give me 1 minute to get back to my slides. I inadvertently closed the window. And share. Okay, here we are. We're back in business. All right. So schools are not requiring kids to learn cursive handwriting. Grandparents send notes to their grandkids, maybe in a birthday card or something, with something written in that lovely, loopy, long hand cursive handwriting. Kids can't read it. The message might be great, but the method of delivering it is wrong and the kids can't read it. So you have to have the right message and the right method of delivering it. Similarly, your method of delivery must fit your product or service and your target customer. And what I often remind people is that if you are trying to reach someone under the age of 35, you can spend a king's ransom on newspaper ads and it will do you zero good. People under the age of 35 do not read newspapers and they're not going to see your ad in the newspaper. Similarly, if you are trying to reach people over the age of 70, you can tweet until your thumbs bleed and it will not matter. People over the age of 70 generally are not on Twitter. So when you think about who your target customer is, you need to think about how you are going about delivering your message to them and where they absorb information, where they communicate, where they are. And third, your method of delivery will determine how effectively you engage your customer. So if you're trying to connect with them through a method that they don't use, you're not going to be able to engage them. So you want to think about what methods of communication your customers use. You want to think about where they live, where they work, where they play, where they absorb information, where they communicate. So things to keep in mind as you're planning your sales and marketing strategy. And there we go, next slide. In addition to that, the method of sales and distribution that you use is going to help shape your marketing strategy. If you have a brick and mortar location, you want to draw customers to come to your location. So how you market to them is going to be different than someone whose business is online. If your business is online, you don't need to draw people geographically. Your limits are significantly less. You might be able to ship products nationally. You might be able to ship products internationally. So very different approach. If your product or service is something that is sold mostly at trade shows, industry fairs, industry expos, big events like that, you might have a large percentage of your sales that happen in a short period of time. You might have a must-attend kind of event. So Fashion Week is one of the things that comes to mind. And there's Fashion Week for spring, there's Fashion Week in the fall, but basically the buyers at major retailers come to Fashion Week to decide how many pairs of pants and how many blouses and how many dresses they want to buy from various designers. So those are must-attend events. Very different from brick and mortar, very different from online. Similarly in that it's completely different. Franchise operations. If you are a franchisee, your franchisor will set very strict parameters on the marketing you're allowed to do, the approach you're allowed to use, and it will have to dovetail with what they, as the franchisor, are doing on a broader scale. Similarly with multi-level marketing, they also put very clear parameters on what people can and cannot do. So, so these things are going to shape your marketing strategy as you build it out. Your sales and marketing strategy needs to let your customers, it needs to help you connect with your customers. You want them to understand how your product or service fulfills their need or their want or their wish. If your product is something like a painkiller where people need it, your approach is going to be different than if it is candy that somebody wants. Convincing somebody to give in to what they want versus spend money on what they need are very different approaches and different propositions. You want to help them you want to have a conversation with them. You want to engage them. You want them to know that you're accessible and responsive. The more you engage your customers, and social media has really increased that, because you can have more of a conversation. It used to be that marketing was something that companies pushed out, and the only way they could get information back was a combination of their sales figures and maybe surveys and that kind of market research. But now, thanks to social media, businesses can directly engage with their customers day to day in real time. You also want your customers to, in some way, shape, or form, try to experience your product or service. If they can see it, feel it, taste it, smell it, hear it, they're going to be all that more interested. Unfortunately, the pandemic has made all of this more difficult. But going into any kind of food business and having samples, if you have a Costco membership, you probably know how pre-COVID you could go in on a Saturday and they would have taste testing all over the place, and people would taste something and they'd say, oh, this is delicious, let's buy it. So sales of those products always increase significantly as a result of that taste testing. Automobile companies know that if you test drive their car, you're going to have a much better sense of what the vehicle is like and whether or not it's the right fit for you. Display cases that show us products. You want to help your customers imagine themselves using it. Now, Mama Hen, you're probably saying, okay, but how does that work for me? You can utilize things like customer testimonials, and even like customer profiles, where you talk about, we had this customer and they were struggling with this issue, and this is how we resolved it. And so when you're marketing your business to another customer struggling with something similar, you can tell them about how you helped another company overcome their technological difficulties and solve their problems. And testimonials and case studies or similar things can help your customers imagine, like, wow, that's great. They were struggling with a problem that's similar to what we have, and these are the IT people we need. They solved their problem, they can solve ours and make things run more smoothly. So even though most of the recommendations I'm giving here are very B2C, they can be applied to B2B. You want your marketing to help your customer imagine themselves using it and benefiting from it. And that's easier for some than others. I mean, obviously, like in food businesses, they can put out samples of their products and people say, oh, wow, that's really delicious, I'll buy 10 of them or whatever. But there are other companies that can't, but they find other ways to do it. So when I mention a company like Ferrari, when we think about Ferrari, we think about fast cars. Even if we've never actually seen a Ferrari, their marketing has permeated society to the point where we think of fast cars. We think of probably red fast cars, because they have permeated the market enough to where we associate that with who they are, even though we might not have ever seen one. Even though we can imagine what it's like to be in a Ferrari going from 0 to 60 in, I don't know, a matter of seconds. Similarly, I don't know if you're familiar with De Beers, the diamond company. De Beers marketing for decades has said a diamond is forever. They have convinced us all that diamonds are valuable and they are symbols of permanence, and it's something that we should desire. A diamond is forever. The same thing goes for, sports companies, Nike, Adidas, Under Armour. They've all helped us through their marketing believe that if we have their products, we can run faster or jump higher or be a better athlete in some other way, shape, or form. So think about how your marketing can help your customer imagine themselves making use of it and fulfilling their need or want or wish. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, good. So your marketing strategy is all about how you're doing that and what methods you're using to do that. And there are a million different ways to do that. Ultimately, you will have to figure out what sales and marketing methods are most effective for you. And I kind of put together this collage of things, but I do want to kind of talk about different types, and this is pretty randomized, but we can group marketing methods into a couple of different groups. So no matter what your business is, you probably want to have at least some form of print or collateral materials. You probably need business cards. You might also have brochures. Depending on your business, you might have flyers or postcards. You might use direct mail. Email marketing is a digital form that is so incredibly easy to use and very cost effective. It costs very, very little to establish some email marketing. It gets you direct into the consumer of your product. It's very fast. So you can develop it, you can draft an email and send it out, and it's in customers and potential customers' inboxes very, very quickly. You can engage in news media. There's lots of different news media. Think about whether the news media you're using is local, regional, or national, depending on whether you're trying to sell locally, regionally, or nationally. There's online news, print news, broadcast news. And when I say broadcast, I don't only mean traditional broadcast, but webcast, podcast, community access, regional news networks. There are a lot of different options. And last but not least is online. And online, of course, does include the various social media outlets, but you can also make good use of Google AdWords. You can put ads on portals and other people's businesses' sites, your own website and search engine optimization. You can develop a blog or a vlog. There are, I also, one other group that I don't want to skip over, although it's something that's going to be on the back burner for a while, but relationship building, networking events, sponsorships, working with community organizations, industry, trade shows, expos, those kinds of things. They're probably all in the back burner for at least the next several months, but another method of relationship building / marketing. Excuse me. Because of its cost effectiveness and because of the pandemic, social media marketing is one of the most cost-effective ways to market your business. And it can get kind of confusing about all the different social media outlets that are out there and how to go about using them. So a couple years ago, I found something similar to this. I tweaked it a little bit. There are probably other social media outlets that should be added to this. I know TikTok is on the rise. I really don't know too much about what TikTok is about, except that it's video. But this gives you a sense of how people consume and use different types of social media. So depending on who you're trying to reach, some of these might be helpful to you. If you're using more than one, you might want to consider a social media management tool. Hootsuite is one of the most well-known, but there are others out there like Loomly and Buffer. Definitely all you have to do is Google social media management tools and you'll see some others. Excuse me for 1 second. sorry, I had a frog in my throat. Some businesses have found that their social media approach benefits from having different personas on different channels. So I've seen corporations that use their Twitter feed for very cheeky, playful, amusing kind of approaches, whereas Facebook and Instagram might be more straightforward selling. B2B, LinkedIn is a great place to be. LinkedIn is really a place for professionals, and it's not kind of the free-for-all that other sites are. If you have a very visual business, Pinterest is a great place to be. So be selective and use what works best for you. And like I said, do use a social media management tool if you're going to use more than one platform.
So Karen, I have a question here for you.
Sure.
So when you said B2B, right? And obviously LinkedIn, we use it a lot and all that stuff. As a small business, and then typically you have a business account. I mean, you have personal account as professionals, and you have a business account for the business, right?
Yes.
At all these social media, right? So, and then each of these media platforms cater to specific demographics, right? Facebook could be for everybody, but, and then YouTube, but like Snapchat or Instagram is for like younger demographics, right? Whereas Pinterest is more, you know, visual arts and all that stuff. So now, but these tools or platforms are also trying to change their reach to like the demographics that they initially did not cater to, right? And then try to reach out to them. So do you think these social media management tools that you mentioned have the options to tweak your marketing efforts based on your demographics or the type of clients you're focusing?
I think so. I think that, well, obviously for you, I think LinkedIn is a great place to be. I have seen a number of very serious blogs. Certainly, so I have a friend who is a labor attorney. So she has a blog about labor issues. She has been posting like crazy lately about unemployment issues, about the expansion of unemployment to cover people that previously weren't covered, about the Paycheck Protection Program and how people should still be paid. If their employer got a PPP, they should still be paid, and navigating things related to that.
She's an employment.
I'm sorry?
She's an employment attorney?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I would love to have her contact.
Sure. I'd be happy to pass that on. She's tenacious. She's a very smart woman. She's tenacious, and I think I'd be happy to recommend her.
Sure.
But my point
is she from like New Jersey, practicing in New Jersey and New York, or just New Jersey?
I think just New Jersey, but I can't swear to that. And she has a partner. I don't know how many attorneys they have under them, but if she would not be the right I'll put you in touch with her. If she's not the right person for you, she runs an attorney networking group and has connections with lots of other attorneys. I'm sure she can help you find the right person.
Perfect.
But my point is that, you know, so she's an attorney, but she has a blog, and she's been posting a lot about, I'm pretty sure she has a blog. I know she's been posting a lot on LinkedIn, and I think they are also things on her, I think it's also a blog. But, you know, here it is, a very serious business, and she has a blog, and she uses that as part of her marketing to demonstrate her expertise. You know, I would not expect a business like yours to have, you know, pictures of servers and software on Pinterest, but there are other businesses for which that is appropriate. So you have to be selective about which social media channels you use and which are the best fit. But I think demonstrating expertise, LinkedIn is one of the best places that, that you can be. Okay?
Yes, perfect.
All right, does anyone else have any questions before I move on? Because I'm going to talk about marketing versus branding next. Okay, then let's move on. Marketing and branding are two words that are inextricably interrelated. They're often used interchangeably, but they are not the same. Marketing is all about promoting and selling. Buy my product, buy my product, buy my service. You want to entice potential customers to buy. That is marketing. Branding, on the other hand, portrays an image. It's about building your reputation. It's about the long game. It's about demonstrating value. It's still about connecting with customers, but it's about connecting with them in a different way. It's about enticing customers to identify with what your business represents. So, what does your business stand for? When we think of different businesses, we think about the products and services that they have, but we also think about what they represent. So, for instance, Costco versus Walmart. Costco has a reputation for paying more than minimum wage. Their average hourly wage per employee is between $17 and $21 an hour. They are known for promoting from within. Their markup on their products is generally less than 15%. They close for major holidays. You will not find a Costco open on Thanksgiving Day. Their CEO's salary as a ratio to employee salary is much, much lower than the industry average. Costco, those are representative of Costco's values and what Costco is all about, and that they feel it's important to treat their employees well. It's important to give their employees time to be with their families for major holidays. Those are things that all resonate with me, and that's part of why I'm a Costco shopper. They also happen to have a boatload of great products at reasonable prices that my family uses, and so I'm there every 2 to 3 weeks. But them telling me when they have something new in the store, or that they're running a sale on a particular product, that's their marketing. But what they do and how they treat their employees, that's part of what their brand is about, and that's part of their values, and that's something that I identify with and makes a lot of sense to me. When we think about marketing versus branding, I generally like to tell people to think about marketing as what you are pushing out there to say, buy my product. Marketing is about pushing information out. Marketing is usually about the short term, not always, but usually about the short term. You have marketing campaigns and advertisements and promotions. It's media and CEO. It's very tactical. It's about your products and services. Branding, on the other hand, is about the long term. Branding is trying to pull you to understand and connect with the company that is branding themselves in that way. It's about developing your expectations. It's about the company demonstrating their voice, their personality, developing their reputation and their identity. It's much more strategic. So when we think of different companies, we might think about their branding as well as their marketing. For instance, ShopRite. ShopRite is about everyday low prices. They are tried and true. They are a company you can turn to for lots of great products for your family, for your home. Whole Foods, on the other hand, is not competing on price. Whole Foods is about organic. It's about a higher level of sophistication. It's not meant for the price-sensitive shopper. Whole Foods is just playing a different, is just a different approach. They might have a lot of similar products, but the branding for Whole Foods versus the branding for ShopRite is fundamentally different. When we think about some businesses, like earlier I said Ferrari, just the word Ferrari makes you think fast, hot, expensive, red. Those are all branding things. Marketing is buy this car. Tiffany's is known for, you know, tradition and quality and luxury. They sell jewelry and other, you know, luxury items. So they might, you know, market to you that they want you to buy these things for yourself or a loved one, but their branding is all about quality, luxury, tradition, long-term. So do you see the difference? I'm hoping that you see the difference between marketing and branding, because it all too often, I think that those two words are used interchangeably. And to me, they're very, very different. And I think this is something that a lot of people, especially small business owners, and especially in the early stages of their business, don't necessarily think about in terms of two different aspects of your overall marketing strategy. Thoughts, questions? Anyone?
So taglines on the branding side,
Sure.
like those change over time, right?
Yep.
As a company becomes more known for a specialized product line. But how do you like decide that tagline initially when the company doesn't have a footing or a small business?
I think taglines can support marketing. I still see them as part of branding. You can make the case that they're part of marketing. I do think that they should change over time. So one example that comes to mind is UPS, known for their brown trucks, known for delivering all kinds of wonderful things to us. Their business has grown quite a bit as all of us are shopping online more and having more things shipped to our homes instead of going to stores, even more so in the pandemic. Their tagline used to be, "We run the tightest ship in the shipping business." But they changed it several years ago. Interesting story, they actually went through a major study. This was probably over a decade ago. They undertook a major study. They hired a marketing research company to do some research on them and decide what they needed to change in terms of their logo, in terms of their look, in terms of how they present themselves from a branding perspective. And the marketing research company came back and said, the only thing you should do is add your website to all your materials, like on the sides of the trucks and all their, you know, their email and everything. They were actually open to the idea of changing their brown trucks and their brown uniforms and everything else. And the market research said, you are so well known, and you are known for those brown box trucks, and you are known for those brown uniforms. Everybody knows that brown truck is a UPS truck. Don't change it. Don't screw it up. It's you have such brand awareness, and people know your business and trust your business. Don't change it. Don't change that at all. I think they tweaked their logo. I think they've tweaked their logo a couple of times over time, but they didn't change the big brown trucks and they didn't change the uniforms, because that's a huge part of their brand identity and their brand recognition. They did change their tagline at some point. So although once upon a time it was, we run the tightest ship in the shipping business, It's now, what can Brown do for you? And isn't that amazing that they don't even have to call themselves UPS? When I say, and even if I hadn't prefaced this with a whole discussion about UPS, if I said, what can Brown do for you? Many people associate that tagline, of course, with UPS. That is their tagline. But they can refer to themselves by a color, and we know who they are. That's pretty amazing. That's pretty amazing brand recognition. Similarly, go ahead.
Yeah, and then, I mean, that's unbelievable association, right?
Absolutely. And similarly, if you see a Coca-Cola bottle or a Coca-Cola can, even if you don't see the words Coca-Cola, that is one of, if not the most recognized brand on the planet. So taglines can change over time, but they can still enhance a company's brand. And, but I still think that they have, they have long legs, and taglines should be something that you're planning to use for a long time, not something that you would change, every year or something. So.
Right. Is there a way, I mean, we have a logo that we designed, and, we came up with some tagline. Is there a way we can share that with you over email, and just, I mean, if you can give us some idea if that's right, or if you're thinking right, or something like that?
I would be delighted to see it. I am not a graphic designer or graphic arts person. You would probably want feedback from a design person for that. I'm trying to think of whether I know anyone. I
mean, because I come from IT, I built it, but I have also shared that with like a professional design team who have come back with like some modifications. But at the same time, the tagline is what we decided as opposed to they suggesting, because it was already built in, right? So before I go back to them, I just wanted to see, now that we are taking this class, just pick your brains on, hey, does this work, or should we look for some or think from some different angle?
I would love to see it, and I'd be happy to give you my feedback, but I just want to make sure you recognize that I'm not a design person. I mean, right. The other thing is that I think that sometimes it can be helpful to understand how a logo or design came about. So for instance, because sometimes there are reasons why it's designed that way. So for instance, in the FedEx logo, from the E to the X, the negative space is an arrow. And a lot of people don't even recognize that, but it's there, and subliminally, we may pick up on it. And now that I've told you, you're gonna look at a FedEx logo, and if you didn't know that before, you're gonna be like, oh, how did I not see that before? Right. So it's something that a design person would instantly recognize and
right.
And,
no,
and
I want it to be evaluated from like the marketing and branding perspective, as opposed to like the design of it, right? Right.
Yeah, I'd be happy to take a look at it. Feel free to email it to me. I'll take a look.
Thanks.
Does anyone else have any thoughts or questions regarding marketing strategy and or marketing versus branding, which is still part of marketing strategy?
I think Sonia put something in the chat box.
Oh, hold on. I'm going to take a look at the chat box. Let's see. Can I please post the attorney's name to the group? Absolutely, I will. Does it make sense to invest in a social media manager early in the business? And your mic doesn't seem to be working. I'm sorry, your mic isn't working. Social media management platforms, the tools that are out there, many of them have different levels. Some of them, Hootsuite might even have a free level. I'm not sure. I don't use one. I don't market myself as much as I should. But take a look and see what their pricing structure is. And
Hey,
I think
Karen, can you hear me now?
Oh, now I can.
Oh, that's so weird. Yeah, I just got a notification saying that I could unmute myself. So I'm not sure, but thank goodness I've been trying to do that all morning. But I meant like an individual to help you come up with content to post like on a weekly or daily basis. If you're not like very, savvy with posting things. I usually do a lot of posts, but it's pretty basic. Like, here's our new, smoothie or something. But I don't feel like it's as intriguing and really pulling people in. So does it make sense to get someone who may be good with, putting little catchy phrases together?
Sure. Well, I'm gonna, so that's a great dovetail into, marketing strategy was section 3. I'm gonna go back to section 4 in a minute, but skip right over to marketing strategy implementation, because thematically it actually makes more sense for this to be next. But when you think about implementation, you do need to think about what you can handle internally and what needs to be handled externally. You need to think about how much time it's going to take, how much skill and creativity it's going to take, your expertise, your priorities. Your time is actually, mission critical. If it makes more sense for you to be perfecting smoothie recipes, then maybe you should be doing that and let somebody else handle the social media aspect of it. It can really come down to time value of money. I know a lot of people aren't marketing as much as they would like because they don't want to spend the money, but at the same time, they don't have the actual time to do it because they're busy working both on and in their business. It's really a very personal decision. I can tell you that no matter how tight the cash flow is for your business, it's imperative that you market your business. It's not, I'm hoping all of you are familiar with the movie A Field of Dreams. In A Field of Dreams, Kevin Costner's character says, if I build it, they will come. And that's not true in the business marketplace. Just because you build it doesn't mean people will come. I'm often saddened by the number of small businesses that people create, and they've spent so much money establishing the business that they don't spend money on marketing, and not enough people come. Or maybe people come in the beginning because they make a marketing splash in the beginning, but then they don't keep it up. And then they wonder where all the people went. And I get very sad when I hear about businesses that don't succeed. And a big part of that is that they didn't market the business enough. I'm pretty well connected in the community that I live in. I love my community. I try to shop local when I can. But I have heard about businesses not succeeding. And I say, but wait, they were only there for 6 months, or I didn't even know that they were there. And it's not like I'm living under a rock, like I'm paying attention. And so marketing is really important. I had one client who kept telling me that she couldn't afford to market. And I finally explained to her, and several times, and eventually it penetrated, but I walked her through an exercise. I said, you can't afford not to market your business. It's a service business, and her lowest paying clients pay approximately $400 for 3 months of service. And I said, well, what if you spent $400 on marketing and you got one new client at that low level? Like, that's the lowest level. So you got one new client at that level. And she said, well, that would be okay. I mean, I spent $400 and they came in and spent $400. And so, I break even on that. I said, okay, great. I said, what if you spent $400 on marketing and you got 2 new clients? Oh, well, that would be good because the first client covers the cost of what I spent and the second client is new revenue. Woohoo, love that. I said, yeah, okay. So what if you spent $400 on marketing and you got 10 new clients? She's like, well, that would be amazing. I said, okay, so can you come up with $400 to spend on marketing? Because the world has become, especially because of social media, the world offers opportunities for low-cost marketing. And so even pulling together a modest amount, $400 for marketing, can really help you grow your business. And it ultimately can pay for itself. And so sure enough, she pulled together a few $100s, and she spent some money on some Google AdWord marketing, and she developed some partnerships with some other businesses, and her business grew a little bit. And she then, because she is a brick and mortar business, she actually bought some advertising space on some shopping carts in a grocery store. And excuse me, and that was very cost effective, and she got more clients from that. And now she probably has an annual marketing budget of $6,000 to $8,000 a year. So her business has grown, her marketing budget has grown, but she has also adjusted how much of it she does internally, and how much her staff does of that marketing, and how much is done externally, and how much she's now looking to other people externally to help her with her marketing. But cost and time, how much time you're going to spend, how much money you're going to spend, are probably the primary things that will help you determine whether or not you should be doing things internally or handing them off to somebody externally.
So Karen, how do you know if, say, a marketing firm or team is actually good? Like, is it sort of like you read Google reviews and you're like, okay, they seem to have good reviews, I'll give them a go? How do you determine who to even go spend your money with?
I would ask for references. I would ask to talk to a few of their clients. You're hiring them, and asking for references is completely reasonable. And
that's common practice?
I would expect so, yes.
Okay.
And I would ask to, ask for, even before getting to that point, I would ask about specific ask them to give you names of specific clients and see if they've done, online marketing. Go and look at those social media profiles and see what they've done.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
To add to Sonia's question and that line, typically the marketing companies, they might be good for certain industries while they might not be for the others, right? And if a company is there and has been there for some time, the references that they're going to give are the ones that they know that are going to be giving good feedback. So how do we now make sure that, okay, if they're coming from a different segment of the industry and now trying to penetrate into other segments, like let's say they might be good for the food and beverage industry and not for the IT, but the reference they give is coming from the food industry. So even after we ask them for like IT, and then obviously business to business and B2C is going to be different. So how do we wet that? Because B2B, it's tough to wet, right? B2C, it's easier to wet.
Right. So absolutely, just like you were saying in RFPs, they're asking about your experience with government agencies and your experience with schools. When you're the buyer on the other side of the table, you're asking a potential marketing firm for their experience working with IT companies, their experience working with B2B opportunities. It's a matter of finding the right fit.
Okay.
I have a suggestion also. I belong to a few groups on Facebook related to like the type of product that I'm eventually going to be selling. And people are really open when you ask, hey, who did you use for your package design, or who did you use for marketing? And they're really honest. So that could be another, like, just kind of tapping your networks of people that do similar work to you.
Okay, so you already started like a business account with Facebook, and then joined some groups that are now giving you the feedback?
Yeah, it's just
You're
my
gonna join
personal.
the group as an individual, not as a
Yeah.
business.
Yeah, it's just my personal account, but like me specifically, I belong to like a consumer packaged goods group and a women in food group, and like people just you put out your questions, and people that have the insight really do give good information and recommendations.
And there are a lot of groups on LinkedIn. There are a lot of professional groups by industry and area of expertise on LinkedIn.
You know, I wanted to add something too. Also being a marketer myself, a lot of it is going to come from trial and error. I mean, every company is going to say, yes, I'm good at doing this.
Right.
I mean, they're not going to turn down business, which the one thing that I really like about SBDCs or any organization that helps, you know, startups and established businesses with, you know, these one-on-one and training is, you know, there's a lot of free webinars available. We offer a lot. Sometimes it's about you educating yourself to kind of know what you need to see, you know, what the benchmarks are, what the KPIs are, what, you know, what should be happening so you're aware. You might not be able to do it, but you should be aware of what should be happening or you know, as a result of the marketing, what should you be seeing, what's the return that you should be seeing based on what they're doing, to know if they're doing a good job or not. Because even when I started out, I was really good with social media marketing and some other stuff. At that time, I could do a little bit of Google AdWords. I wasn't that knowledgeable in it. And I had sourced out, you know, I had an online store and I had sourced out that part of it to a company who had been around for over 10 years. And I was spending $2,500 a month advertising with them. And when I tracked it, I was like losing money. Like for $2,500, you only brought me $600 worth of sale. That didn't make any sense. And I was so happy it didn't sign like a 6 month, it was a month-to-month contract. And what I did was I paused what I was doing with some of my other clients, and I was like, that's it. I'm gonna learn this today. And for the next 60 days, I paid for courses to kind of brush my skills up. And at the end of that time, I went from a budget of $2,500 to a budget of $500. And that July, I brought in $22,000 worth of sales from $500 spending on Google AdWords. So imagine I was paying $2,500 more. And of course, you know, as I continued with my marketing business, you know, you keep, sometimes my husband would say, I'm seeing a charge on my bill for $500 some for this course, that course. You need to educate yourself and be on top of things, because you will get taken advantage of. That was like, you know, that's what I was with them for 2 months. That's $5,000. And at the end of the 2 months, it was like $1,200 in sales. Like, and you have been in the business for over 10 years. And I was doing that on my own with, I think it was, I don't know if it's Sonia that said that. I joined groups just as she did. I joined groups. There are some people in that groups that had courses that I invested in. I went on webinars that were free, some were paid. And I was determined to learn it. Maybe in my advantage, because I was previously doing it, I learned it a lot faster than you were. But I think I knew enough to know, one, not to hire them again, and two, find someone that could have given me a better rate in return than what they were giving. So a lot of it is for you to maybe take advantage of those resources that are around to better gauge who, because as Manuman said, even me as a marketer, I'm going to give you the best of the best, even if it's not in the area that maybe that business is. So, you know, sometimes you just have to try it. Sometimes it doesn't work out. Maybe a good advice is not to lock yourself into something long term.
Right.
Right. I also, Priscilla, that's an excellent point that you make about return on investment, and is a good dovetail into section 6, which is about measuring the effectiveness of your marketing plan and your marketing strategy. So when you think about this, you've hopefully created a marketing strategy and outlined a full-blown marketing plan that answers the question, where are you going to do your marketing? Where are your customers going to find you? And where do they want to engage with you? When you're going to want to measure the effectiveness of your marketing. And you're going to do that by tracking how customers find you. And people have said to me, well, how do I do that? Well, you ask. I was working with a food business that had a catering arm and wanted to expand on the catering. And they said, somebody called us and they wanted lunch for 20, and it was great, but like, I don't know how they found out about us. And I said, did you ask? He was like, no, I didn't think to ask. I said, well, you need to ask. And he's like, do I just ask them? How did you find out? And I said, well, it was a corporate catering opportunity, and he absolutely wanted to do more of that. And I said, you could phrase it as, I'd love to know how you learned about us. If someone referred us to you, then, we'd love to send a thank you. So can you tell us how you found out about our business? You can also, depending on how you are delivering your product or service to your customers, you can track things like website traffic. You can also track your social media engagement, see how many likes and shares and whatnot you get. You can also use method-specific sales incentives. You can have special offers that you make to existing customers through select methods. You can have special offers that you make more broadly to anyone and track how effective they are. You can use sales codes and loyalty programs. You can use referral programs. When some businesses have first come about, I think Uber might be one of them. If you're an Uber user and you referred them, they gave you a code that you could give to that person, and that person would get a discount, and you might get a discount on a future ride. And so Uber was able to track, oh, Karen recommended to Chris that he use Uber. Chris used that code. That code was specific to Karen. So Chris gets a discount and Karen gets a discount, and now I have a new customer.
Along the same line, Karen, typically the marketing agencies that they hire, and let's say on a monthly basis, they want to track their sales. And if it's a new client or something, they will say, okay, June 2020 code is like, we'll give you like a 5% discount on order above so-and-so. So now when they're placing the order, obviously everybody wants a discount. So they're going to put that, and that right there, they know it's for the June month through that marketing agency, because we shared that code with only that marketing agency, and that this is how much sales that marketing got converted into.
Right. There's a podcast that I like to listen to, and it's grown in its 2 or 3 year season, whatever history. And they have started to pick up some marketing, and that have some people marketing to those of us who listen to their podcast. So they take breaks periodically, and it's all, online shopping, and they've given them codes. And the name of the podcast is "This Podcast Will Kill You." It's all about infectious disease and whatnot. It's kind of fascinating. I was interested in it long before the pandemic, but when they are recommending that you buy from a particular company, they often say, oh, you'll get a 15% discount when you use the code "this podcast." So if I were to go and buy from that retail outlet and I use that code, they know, oh, this person found out about us through "This Podcast Will Kill You." And that's why she decided to buy, and that's why she gets this discount, so they can track that back. So yeah, codes like that can be very effective. There is a spice company. I told you I'm a foodie and I love to cook. There's a spice company that I love, Herbs and Spices. I get all my herbs and spices from Penzeys. Penzeys has done a number of things right. They often, I'm on their email distribution list, and they send out emails regularly. They often do discounts and freebies and things, or bonus things through their email. So I'll get an email and I'll say, oh, I need to order some stuff through them. And oh, look, they're running this deal. And so maybe I buy something extra that's at a discount, or they'll have seasonal things and all kinds of things. And so I'll click through from the email in order to get the discount, and they'll know that, oh, okay, that's how she knew about this discount. That's why she's entitled to this discount. They don't have any stores in New Jersey, much to my dismay. They do have some brick and mortar locations, most of which are in the Midwest. But there is one that is very close nearby, a friend of mine who lives in Massachusetts. And so last time I went to see her, I went to the store, and knowing that they often have freebies when you order online, when I was checking out, I said, you know, hey, do you have any freebies or discounts or anything that I should know about? And she said, oh, yes, we're running a special. She's like, are you on our email list? And I said, yes. She said, can you bring it up on your phone? So sure enough, tap, tap, tap. I brought it up on my phone, and I showed her that I indeed do get the emails from Penzeys. And so the discount that I would have been, there was a free item with a certain purchase, and then there was also a modest discount. And I would have, if I had ordered online, I would have gotten those things by clicking through from the email to the website. But because I was there in their brick and mortar store, by showing her that I am on their email distribution list, that was enough that she was able to award it to me there in the store. So there are lots of different things, and some things can be translated from brick and mortar to online and vice versa. But some other examples I've seen.
Aren't the Penzeys next to Madison Square Garden in New York?
There was a Penzeys at Grand Central. If there's a Penzeys near Madison Square Garden, I did not know that, and I'm going to look that up.
Yeah, it was right outside. When you get out on the 7th Avenue, there's like big Penzeys there.
Oh, I'm going to have to look for that. I don't get into the city as much as I did once upon a time when I commuted. So I'm going to look for that, and I'm going to send my husband, because he's in Manhattan more often than I am. Although none of us have been in the city anytime recently, but their stuff is just absolutely awesome. And just to dovetail into the conversation before about branding, so their marketing is great because they market regularly, and not, you know, I don't get like 5 emails a day from them or anything. They have products that I absolutely love. I already know the quality. I'm absolutely going to be a Penzeys customer for life. But from a branding perspective, it is a family-owned and operated company, which I love because I work with small businesses. I really appreciate that it's family-owned and operated. It's not a publicly traded company. They have very distinct political views, and they decided that they needed to make those known. And they actually, in their emails, have talked about their political views and the political views that they support. And that has only endeared them more to me. So that's very much a branding perspective. It's something that talks about their values and what they represent and what's important to them. And when they first went down that path, they were afraid that they were going to lose a lot of customers who don't share those political positions. And it actually has increased their revenue, increased their customer base, has made many of us who know them and love them even more. And so it was a risk when they first decided to go down that path, but it is something that has actually worked really, really well for them, and something that has that they've absolutely embraced, and it is a key element of their current branding is the political stance that they've taken. So really interesting company, really fascinating company, and amazing, amazing herbs and spices. I absolutely love them. I wanted to give you a couple of other examples of some things that people have done that that are great ways to kind of help them measure the effectiveness of their marketing. I have seen coffee shops that have used social media to promote discounted things like cookies and brownies after 4 p.m. Certainly thinking like, oh, it's getting towards the end of the day. These cookies and brownies might be stale by tomorrow. Oh, we want to move them. So maybe they tweet or post on Facebook or Instagram something, you know, about a discount, and then, you know, maybe even say, you know, with this ad, or, you know, with this post or something, or you have to mention the post in order to get the discount or something. Great way to see who's paying attention. I've also seen businesses that have announced one-day flash sales or flash discounts with ads. Oh, and then the other one I had was, you know, email list members get free bonus items or special discounts via the link, or you know, that I was specifically thinking about Penzies when I noted that. So you want to measure the effectiveness of your marketing, and doing so will help you make decisions about how you're going to spend your marketing budget and what your return on investment is. And Priscilla's example was great. She had somebody that, you know, that was, you know, spending $2,500 and getting $600 worth of business was not worth it. You want to figure out what's working, and you want to repeat whatever is working. And I would also add to that the idea that you want to see what your competitors are doing and assess whether or not they're doing something that's more effective. If they're your competitor, you're probably marketing to the same target market, and get a sense of whether or not they are being more successful in connecting with target customers, and potentially do something similar for yourself. So any questions about measuring effectiveness, or why we do that, or why it's so important? Okay, so I just want to go backwards for a minute because we skipped over customer service, and I only want to take a minute to talk about customer service. I think I said much earlier this morning that, you know, customer service is not something people traditionally think of in terms of their marketing, but it is part of your marketing. It's part of your outward facing engagement with customers. So, you know, depending on your product or service, your business, you may want to be thinking about how customers will reach you if they have some sort of customer service issue. You might even want to think about who is authorized to handle customer service issues when it comes to returns, refunds, alternative remedies. I'm sure we all know businesses where it's very easy to return things. Target makes it very easy to return things. Costco makes it very easy to return things. What are your policies? What are your customers' expectations? Businesses like Target and Costco have taught us to expect it to be easy to return things. Other places, not so much. So thinking about managing your customers' expectations, thinking about how accessible you will be to address issues with customers is important. It's much more difficult to attract a new customer than to retain an existing client. So when somebody is your customer, your client, you want to keep them happy and you want to keep them on board within reason, but certainly you want to think about that. And it also keep in mind that an unhappy customer will be much quicker to speak up than a happy customer. And I mean that not only in terms of reaching out to you for customer service, but also online. The online world has given encouraged all of us to review businesses much more frequently than once upon a time. And an unhappy customer is much more likely to go and post an online negative review than a happy customer is to post a positive online review. So not that that should dictate your policy, but again, it's something to keep in mind when you think about customer service. So, so that covers everything I wanted to cover today. So that was section 4, but we already talked about sections 5 and 6, 5 being implementation and 6 being measuring effectiveness. So we still have some time. It's 1:30. If anyone wants to discuss anything else or has any further questions, I'm happy to take them. If you want to conclude early, whatever makes sense, but next Saturday is Business Plan Financials Part 1. Andrew Fraser will be teaching, I believe, both Parts 1 and 2, the 16th, and the last class is on the 30th. But the floor is open if anybody has anything else that they want to ask or discuss.
So I have a question. Like when we are putting together like a marketing plan, right? I mean, obviously there might be I didn't look up the assignment, but when we're putting together a marketing plan, I mean, we don't know. I mean, obviously we haven't done the full market research and the plan on how we dissect to get to whoever our end customers are, right? I mean, we have some idea, we've been reaching out, but then what should we, like, what are the key things people miss or don't pay attention to when we are putting together a marketing plan? I mean, you've seen enough, or you've seen over the course, so many businesses send that. What are the key things that typically they cover and they don't cover?
I think one of the key things that that they don't often cover is thinking about the differences between marketing and branding and being deliberate on each. I think that all too often people talk about building their brand when really they're thinking about their marketing. I think people think about concentrate heavily on marketing and aren't necessarily thinking about what their brand represents, those more big picture value oriented things that can endear someone. And as I said earlier, branding is a longer term proposition than marketing, which is let's drive revenue, let's grow that top line. Another thing I think that a lot of people miss is measuring the success and throwing their hands up in frustration when they feel like their revenue is not growing sufficiently and they feel like they are marketing. And then they just don't know why their marketing isn't working because they haven't actually measured which aspects of their marketing are working and which ones aren't. So I think it is really important to measure. And that's why, you know, SMART goals are something that is applicable to many aspects of business. But I think part of the reason I include them when I talk about marketing is because I do think it's important to have measurable, to measure your results over specific timeframes and say, okay, I'm going to do this for 3, 6, 12 months, and I'm going to assess, or even 1 month, depending on your time horizon. And then I'm going to assess what's working or not working. So I think that that's really important. And I think that that's something a lot of small businesses just do not do. And they'll tell you, oh, I don't have the time. Or, you know, and then the absolute worst case scenario is saying, cash flow is so tight, I can't afford to market. And as I said earlier, you can't afford not to.
So in case of B2C, and when a B has a product, it's very it's easy to track and measure, because they're selling a product and your marketing efforts are linked to someone buying based off of whatever the marketing efforts are leading to sales. And the time horizon is smaller, right? Because you can push out, and the spread, it's spread across like so many customers, and you might hit within a particular geographic area. Now, when it goes to B2B, time horizon is spread out because the decisions are coming very late, or they take more time, or you might not have things that are out for that product that they want to buy because they just bought it, or they have a cycle that goes in. Your business cannot wait for that cycle, because different agencies have different cycles and different times when they can purchase, or they spread across agencies. So how do you now make a decision on a B2B basis, how long to run a marketing campaign, how successful it is, because they're not using codes, they're just buying, making decisions, right? So how do you now come up with those marketing campaigns?
So I absolutely agree. B2B is a longer time horizon. So your marketing campaign is going to have to be much more strategic. It's going to have to be measured over a longer period of time. You're still going to do things like ask someone how they learned about your business.
Right.
You're also going to want to have less of a shotgun approach. You're going to want to have a very strategic, tactical approach. So for instance, I know a gentleman who has a he's very wealthy, and he made his money in commercial real estate. And so he advertises his firm in a magazine that is all about commercial real estate. It's a very specific trade magazine. It is an old-fashioned paper printed media piece. It does have a website. There is also online advertising. It also attracts advertising from law firms that specifically handle commercial real estate matters, title companies, construction companies, developers, land developers. It's a very specific trade magazine, and it's actually state specific. It's a New Jersey magazine. So anyone who advertises in that, number one, is B2B, because it's all about commercial real estate, not residential real estate. That magazine is attracting all B2B businesses, and all B2B businesses interested in a very specific niche. But it's how they connect with each other, and they connect with each other more effectively because of it. So for instance, you're in IT, you're B2B, you may want to find trade publications for a specific industry. So let's say you did want to work with government agencies or with schools. You may want to find periodicals that specifically cater to those groups and put your ads in there about specific examples of how you can solve their IT issues. But it is absolutely, B2B is a longer play and longer time horizon for measuring success. And the other thing I would recommend is that you're always going to have multiple irons in the fire, because even once your business is up and running and you have clients, you're always, because of that lengthy lead time, you're always going to have to be working on marketing to more people in order to develop those future revenue opportunities and convert them from potential customers to customers. So if you were, because of that long time horizon, if you were to stop marketing and stop developing those relationships, it would take you a long time to ramp back up again. So once you are up and running and marketing, you're always going to have to be marketing. You're always going to have different potential clients at different levels of development in the business development cycle. Whereas somebody with a retail business, you know, somebody might notice their shop and say, oh, I want to pop in and make a decision spur of the moment, even without having seen any of their marketing. So you're absolutely going to have a longer term approach and always have potential, very, very new potential new clients and potential new clients that you've been working with and connecting with over time, and potential new clients that are on the cusp of becoming actual clients and clients that you're trying to retain. You're going to have a broader array of potential clients and clients at different stages of your relationship cycle.
Okay. Thanks.
Sure. Anyone else?
Hi, I wanted to clarify something. You know, we were talking about branding being different from marketing. Should anything about like the company's branding be included in the marketing plan itself?
Sure. Your branding should be, well, let me step back. I think branding is something that becomes evident over time. So in the short term, if there was, let's say there was a nonprofit event and you provided something for the nonprofit event, you might want to include that in your marketing, or it might be included in a public relations piece about, you know, about the event, and you're included in, you know, in there. Oh, thanks for the donation from. So that's marketing, but it starts to speak to your branding, because depending on what the nonprofit is, it speaks to the fact that you value that in your community and want to be supportive of it. And so over time, it might be, you know, become more and more evident. I have seen businesses that from the very beginning have said a portion of all our proceeds, you know, 3% of all of our proceeds go to XYZ nonprofit. That's something that speaks to values and branding. And so that's something that they include from the beginning. So it really depends, but I think that branding is a long-term play that helps draw people to you and helps customers feel like, yes, this is the right fit for me. I respect this business because I like what they represent. So in my example of Tiffany's, in terms of tradition is not something that, you know, you can speak to in your branding, even if that's part of your long-term goal, is for people to think of you and your business in terms of some sort of tradition. It's not something you can start using from the outset. You have to have some longevity before people think of it as a tradition. But you know, high quality products, you know, thinking again about Costco's in-house brand, as many of you probably know, is Kirkland. I've been happy with almost every Kirkland product that I've tried, with one exception, but okay. And so when I am shopping at Costco and I see a product that I want, and I see a Kirkland product that's very similar, that might be less expensive, I'm price sensitive. So I might buy the Kirkland product because I know that part of Kirkland's brand is better pricing, and part of it is also high quality. And I've been happy with other Kirkland products that I have tried, and so I might try it again. demonstrating quality, again, is something that it takes a little bit of time for people to say, oh, they always have high quality products. So branding can be, and I dare say should be, infused into your marketing, but it is a longer term play for customers and clients to recognize it and affiliate and want to associate themselves with it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I mean, I think for me specifically, I have like some ideals or like things that I want to, you know, incorporate into my branding from the get-go.
Sure.
And then just trying to understand where that would fit in within the marketing plan. Like, would that be part of the strategy, like the marketing strategy or the overview?
It would probably be part of your marketing strategy and part of your branding. I mean, certainly, you know, there are things that that can be stated up front. So there are cosmetic companies that write up front, say, you know, animal cruelty free. They're not tested on animals. There are food products that say, you know, all organic. So right there, those are things that speak to branding and what you represent and what's important to you. So absolutely, they can be part of your marketing strategy, and maybe even part of your overview. I think it depends on how detailed your overview is going to be, as opposed to your strategy, you know, your more detailed strategy.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Anyone else have any questions?
I do have a question. I just want to know your take on, let's say I'm operating a franchise, basically. Will I be involved in the communication strategy, or I have to take a seat back and let the corporate do all the work?
Your franchisor will probably, you know, guide you a little bit more in terms of that. I mean, I think that, you know, there are lots of franchises that we all know are franchises. If a new McDonald's shows up someplace, everybody knows that, okay, that's part of a franchise. And you know, the French fries are going to be, you know, a certain size and length and taste a certain way, and that's part of the franchise. There are other franchises that are smaller or regional, or maybe even branching out into a new region. I did not realize initially that Dinosaur Barbecue was part of a regional chain when it first came to Newark. So whether or not it's part of the, whether or not you want to talk about it being part of a franchise will depend in part on you and in part on the franchisor and what they say you can and cannot do with respect to marketing. So like I said, McDonald's, you would immediately recognize that it's part of a franchise, and it would set certain expectations, right? If I went into a McDonald's and the fries didn't look and taste the way they do at every other McDonald's that I've ever been to, I'd be really surprised. So being part of a franchise sets certain expectations for customers that are familiar with the franchise. So it can be a benefit, but it can also be a benefit in terms of the marketing they're doing from the big picture perspective versus what you're doing on a more local perspective. But there might not be any benefit if it's generally not known that it's a franchise. Then there might not be any benefit to it. It might just be about you promoting your business and being part of a franchise. Maybe you're better off letting people think that it's a more boutique or one-off kind of business. I think it depends on the franchise and depends on the franchisor's rules for franchisees and what they can and cannot do with respect to marketing.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
These are all great questions. Anyone else?
Karen, you're going to share with us your friend attorney's contacts, right?
Yes, I will. I will. I'll probably email that to everybody directly from my email instead of putting it on the Google Classroom. But I absolutely will share that with everyone. So
she works mostly with the businesses, right?
You know what, I don't know enough about her practice to, I know her personally, and I know her to be very smart and very sharp, and she launched her firm a few years ago with a partner and has built it, but her exact expertise, I don't want to speak to it because I don't know enough about it, because
Sure.
I'm married to an attorney. I don't.
Do you happen to have her firm's like website or something?
Yeah, that's exactly. I'm gonna give you right. Exactly. I'm gonna give you her name. I'm gonna give you a link to the website, and you can poke around there and learn more.
Okay, and her email address, right?
Yes, and it's on their website as well. Phone number and email address. It's all on their website. But yes, I'll send you all of that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
My pleasure. So, all right. Well,
and when do we get the feedback on our current like the executive summary that we put out?
I apologize. I had hoped to do that this past week and I didn't, but this coming week, my schedule is not as tight. So I'll be able to do that to begin, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of next week.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
So, Andrew Fraser is going to do the next 2 weeks, and we'll be talking about financials. If you work on your marketing plans and post those to the Google Classroom, I can critique those as well. Those will probably take a little.
Well, too.
I'm sorry?
And the survey, the one that we asked the questions.
Oh, yes. So that's on the Google Classroom, but I will, give you some feedback about your marketing plans. I don't know if, Priscilla, did you put a due date on the marketing plans?
No, I just did the survey, but I'll put something here so everyone can turn in a marketing plan. Okay.
And those will take a little bit longer to put together because the executive summary is like, all right, just, do that in a matter of a couple of days. But certainly, your marketing plan is going to take a little bit longer. But I can go and I can go into Google Classroom and give you some thoughts and some feedback. And if for some reason you end up doing them, beyond when the class concludes, you can certainly send them to me via email. All right, so that we've covered everything I wanted to get into today. And I hope this gave you a lot of good information, both from the research perspective and how to research your industry and how to find information about potential customers and where to find them, as well as how to develop a full-blown marketing plan, which is a lot of information and will be a sizable chunk of your overall business plan. But it's been my pleasure to be with you these 2 Saturdays, and please keep in touch. My email address and my phone number are both there. And if for some reason you misplaced those, you can always reach me through the SBDC. And I want to again thank Priscilla for being awesome and helping with the technology and being with us for both sessions. And if there's anything else I can do to help you, we'll be in touch via email. I'll send you my friend's contact information. And wait, do we have something else in the chat room? Hold on. Oh, this has been excellent. Thank you both so much. Absolutely, my pleasure. Thank you all for being here. I have really enjoyed it, and talking about marketing is a lot of fun. So I hope you have fun with your marketing plans and figuring out how to tell your potential customers about your new businesses. And I'll absolutely. Oh, and actually, as you start to develop your marketing, feel free to let me know, and I'll, we can connect on LinkedIn. I'm happy to follow people on Facebook. I'm not a big Instagram or Twitter user. I do have accounts for both, but don't be offended if I don't follow you in those places because I really don't use them. I am on Facebook more than I care to admit, but Facebook is how I stay connected with friends near and far, and how my community covers everything. You can't sneeze in my community without it showing up on Facebook. So, but I'm glad you enjoyed it, and it's been my pleasure. And I can't wait to hear about you launching your businesses. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Karen.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
It was great, and the material was
All right.
great. So thanks.
Enjoy your weekends. Bye,
Have a
everybody.
great
Take care.
day.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Priscilla, can you stay a little bit?
I can stay about 5 minutes. I have an exam starting.
Yeah,
What's
no
up?
problem. A quick question is, after the 4 weeks are done, I know earlier you mentioned that we could continue seeking help to improvise and get to a stage that it's we can really go by. I mean, we'll do everything while we are in this class, but at the same time, we can take that help for some time, right?
Yeah, I think they give you up to a year. It's after that you can submit your business plan for review. So but you have to have a draft.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
we'll
yeah.
submit the draft after
So
the.
yeah, they do allow that.
But then to get it to more perfection, because there's so much time in each area that we have to put, that it will be a continuously evolving document and feedback and all that stuff, right? So we have time and we can consult even after.
Yeah, correct. So I mean, it's not something that, for every time you interact, just so you understand how SBDC works, every time you interact with a counselor, even though it's not costing you anything, it's being paid. So our director normally looks at what is submitted and would tell them, a lot, depending on a lot in the time or whatnot. So with the business plan review, certainly, like, you took the class, and so we're in it with you to the end, but you need to select, send in a draft. So whether it be, obviously it's not going to be something that you're submitting, every week for them to tweak.
No, I mean,
it has to be, a considerable amount of information.
Correct.
And
Correct.
you go back and forth. Yes.
I mean, if the change is enough, I mean, we are all, cognizant of time, and we're conscious of the money that, gets spent, right? So we're in business, and every single thing that we do comes back to the money aspect, right? Because we're in it to win. But at the same time, I just wanted to know, and then we'll do that session only if needed.
Yeah, like I said, it's going to be allowed. I only said that because I know we have participants who took this class 2 years ago, and we're in 2020, and sometimes he's still emailing us in for review. So at some point, it's cut off. Like, he'll probably do 1 or 2 pages, send in, and it's still not quite done. So it's still a reasonable amount of data. So, like, there are 4 parts of it. So they're kind of averaging over maybe a few, maybe 4 or 5 sessions. I don't know how they average that out, but most people, they work on their plan and they submit a full draft, and the counselors, they review it, send it back with their edits, then they make those changes, they come back again, and sometimes they're able to work that out within 1 or 2 sessions. And then sometimes you see them come back again, especially if the business plan is going to be submitted for financing. It's being submitted to a lender, You see that because sometimes the business plan might need to be altered. Some people do the business plan because they want it just to guide. It's an action plan for their business, just to guide them, you know, at different phases. And then other people, they really need it because they're seeking funding.
Correct. I mean, initially, when the business is really small, you might need it for guidance. But as you grow, financing is going to kick in, and that's when you need to modify it with like content as well as financials, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And we also review the business plan even if you didn't come to the business plan workshop, but because you paid and you came to the workshop, we understand that you're going to need a little bit more assistance with that, especially some people break it down. Maybe it's a lot easier. They come, the financials takes a while. You do that consultation with Andrew, and then maybe in the end, you know, Karen right now is in charge of the whole business plan as a whole. So maybe she review the executive summary, the marketing part, or the whole business plan all together. So either way, you know, I don't anticipate any problem, but yeah, you should be able to just submit and tweak and go back and forth. The counselors are very gracious.
Okay, no, that's all I wanted, because that gives, puts us into that comfort zone, not like a relax zone, but comfort zone that, hey, post this, at least we have some way of the feedback that people who we interacted can give us that additional things if we end up working on it, right? So we just want to know whether we are going in the right direction, or is this too much that we're including or too little that we're including, and that way the content becomes a little bit more we can go back the way we should, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Yeah. That's all.
All right. Great.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Kristen. You were great.
Have a good weekend.
You too.